I experienced a number of creepy things in my life, but this was by far the most scary of which ever happened to me. I'd worked as a park ranger for about 20 years before the experience had happened to me, so I kind of didn't expect anything too far out of the ordinary to happen. I'd like to share a few other tales before I get to my main story though, but the main one's definitely the most creepy for me. It still gives me nightmares actually. I remembered one of the most scary experiences I had, other than the main thing really, was somebody gone missing. Apparently it was a hiker wearing a blue coat, and some other hikers had actually reported seeing him somewhere out there. Apparently he was about 70 or so, who had always gone out there before, called Bill. Bill was actually quite popular with the locals too, so there was definitely some worry when nobody was able to see him again. Apparently he was supposed to return to his wife, but he never ended up doing so, and that's when we got called out to go and find where he had gone. I had a bad feeling about this one before I ever started it actually. I was actually quite worried, which again wasn't really a normal thing for me. Usually I felt really truly at home while out there. Being in the sun hitting my face, I didn't think there was much of a better feeling. But on this day, for whatever reason, I had a strange cold feeling going through my veins. I knew something was off. So off I go. I was kind of expecting to find him somewhere laid out, needing some water or something, but for the first while of searching, I couldn't really see anything or anyone. I saw some other hikers actually wearing blue things, and I was kind of convinced that I'd actually seen him, but it turned out I didn't. I remembered thinking I'd seen him multiple times, and it just never seemed to come off correctly. I thought it was pretty weird. I mean, I was absolutely certain that I was looking at somebody. I'd focus for a second and they'd be gone. Now this went on for the first hour or two of my hike trying to find him. I got to about the midway point and one of my colleagues was taken over from me. I told him that you have to be careful because I've seen him out here a few times I think, but I can't figure out where. He says okay. I then start walking back and strangely, I keep on seeing him in his blue jacket. I'm pretty sure it's the same one because it matches what the description is, but it seems like every time that I get close he seems to just vanish. I thought this was especially odd. I get back and have my break and I had a power nap actually. My dream was quite a weird vivid one. I do remember this part. I seem to remember it really clearly. It was like I was doing my job in my sleep. But there he was, Bill. He said it's okay and to come with him. I was actually really confused by this and decided just to follow him. He eventually led me to a lake in my dream, and I thought, well, that was weird, because I woke up pretty much straight away after to the alarm that I'd set myself not to oversleep. It also signified that it's now my time to go and help them out, so I made some effort to do so, and I switch over roles and I start heading back doing the search now. At the time I encountered another person, also in a blue jacket. I remember thinking to myself that why are there so many people out here in jackets like this? I must be going crazy or something. He said that he wanted to help me out. This guy actually looks really young compared to Bill, and I was pretty confident we were going to find him. We weren't really supposed to have help off of other people, but something just felt different this time when we set out. We start hiking the trail for a little while, and we get closer and closer to the designated search site. It didn't take too long before we found roughly where we were supposed to go, and this other person said I'm sure that I saw him by the lake. I say okay and ask him to show me, and then we both go down further to try and investigate the area where apparently he is. I remembered on this specific hike and walk that something felt really different. I don't know how to describe it, but I just felt really warm. We eventually get further down and come across the lake. I turn to ask that guy for his name and he's disappeared, and that's when I see something floating in the lake. I then realised that I'm looking at a person and they have a blue jacket. I have this horrible feeling and I go to sit down for a second and put my hand on my head. I go to look around for the guy who helped me, but I can't find him. I then realise that what I'm looking at is a body in the lake. It's certain now. I radio in for some help and I just wait there not knowing what to do. The person's clearly long gone, so there's absolutely no point in me trying to go over to them, so I just sit and wait. Eventually, some others come over and retrieve the body and confirm that it was Bill. I then ask if they've seen another young hiker wearing a blue jacket, and they say no, there's nobody here. I think that's really odd. And then they say that nobody else has been in the area or seen around here all day other than me. It still kinda creeps me out. I think somehow he come to help me guide him back to the body or something. I don't know, it's weird. Especially that mixed in with the dream just really doesn't sit too well with me. But anyway, I'd like to get to the main point of my story. So I was doing one of my patrols one day, and I actually went further than where I was supposed to. My boss really wasn't the best at the time, and I was basically just glad to get away from him. I remembered while I was walking further and further away from him that there was something really odd up ahead. It's what I can only describe as a Sasquatch. Out from a tree emerges a figure which is probably 7 feet tall, and I was met with an absolutely horrendous smell. This thing was covered in all black, and at first I was convinced it was a bear, but then I could see it wasn't. It was more humanoid shaped, if that makes sense. This thing looked at me, and I locked eyes with these terrible dark eyes for all of 2 seconds before it turns and starts coming towards me. No, I'm not joking, it honestly felt like the ground was shaking somehow. It couldn't have been because I was so far away, but I'm frozen the spot for a second before I realise this thing's picked up a jogging pace. I let out a scream and then start running in the opposite direction. I probably ran for about 3 minutes, looking over my shoulder every so often, and this thing didn't let up. I was pretty sure it was gaining on me, so I decided to go as downhill as I can to get back as quick as possible. I know the area well, but this thing seems to too because it's straight on my back. I probably got about another 10 feet away from where our base was, and suddenly I can feel some kind of silence. I turn and look around and I can see that this thing is gone. I explain what's happened to some of the other workers there that weren't actually rangers but wanted to help out, so we go back to investigate. This time we're actually armed. We can see that something very large has come through here, actually knocking down trees somehow on its way. And there's a terrible smell, but we can never locate this thing again. Even working in these trails now, I'm still terrified that I'm going to encounter it again, and maybe it will see me before I see it. I don't want to say it was a Sasquatch, but I don't know what else I can actually explain it as. It really haunts me. Now this happened quite a long time ago. So, I was quite young at the time. This was in Australia in 2003, and we took a pretty sketchy shortcut home through the edge of a large wilderness area to meet my friend's mum home, so she wouldn't find out that we'd been out roaming late at night. Something massive we couldn't yet see stalked us from a distance, then put on speed when we were nearing the only main turn in the trail. Freaking out, we try and beat it, but not long after my friend stopped and looked back at us. I then did too. We can see the silhouette of a massive head and shoulders just watching us. Its eyes shine red and orange in the moonlight. The thing blended in with the bush on either side of the trail and stalks us the rest of the way. When we got to the other end, we couldn't breathe and stopped under a streetlight for whatever reason to make ourselves feel safe. We last saw the thing in the tree line while we were under the light. It looked at us, and then just turned back and went back into the bush, and that was it. We spent the rest of the early morning hours googling what it could have been, and found out about the Yowie. So we threw together an average report about it based on the collection of 3 parts of us remembering. I didn't remember noises or smell, but the other guys did. They didn't remember any of the details of its features, but I 100% saw some texture of fur. Now, I think I've told this story in other places over the years, but it really scared the life out of me being stalked by something like this. I've done lots of different things in my time, and I've kind of lived lots of different lives, I guess you could say. I'm always one who's up for adventure and trying new things that are different and unique to me, and I find those very exciting. I have landed a current career which I'm in and a job that I actually quite like. So is my wife too, which is great, but I didn't always do this job. I was talking to a new colleague at work and we got talking about what kind of jobs we're doing before, and it really got me thinking. Yes, of when I was a park ranger, the reason that you're all here listening to this. Well, for a few years after finishing my school, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, and there was a program that would send me to a different state. Long story short, I ended up staying there and I actually really like it. I'm actually still here today. After a couple of years of being in the state, I ended up signing up to become a park ranger. I actually had a few jobs though at the same time to get more money. I wanted to save up enough to be able to go to college, and luckily I was able to eventually, which is my career I have now. But at the time it seemed like worlds away, and I actually become a waiter. I hadn't done it before and the pay was not the best, but the good thing is we got lots and lots of tips and that was pretty cool. The problem with the job is that it's almost like if you did enough mistakes, they would just get rid of you very quickly, but it was easy to do in a high-paced environment like this. Sometimes you literally couldn't even go to the bathroom, which I think was a bit ridiculous, but hey, it is what it is. I loved this job, and I really liked the environment. I remember when we'd wake up, there was some large animals like deers and things like that would always come up to where we were staying in the main facility. You actually had to be really careful of them sometimes, especially if it was their rut season when they were looking to reproduce, because the males would get very aggressive, and you had to be careful. The other problem too is tourists would always stop their cars and try and take pictures and stuff, but they were just kind of oblivious to the danger of it all. And yeah, it was actually really dangerous to be there, so you well and truly had to watch out. Now I didn't mind though, but like I said, the job didn't pay that much money, but it was very close to my other job which I absolutely loved, which was being the ranger. I found it good, but I almost feel like I was doing so much that I couldn't appreciate the things that I had around me. It's something I still have now, but it was almost like I was a spring compressed and I couldn't really appreciate everything for what it was. But as soon as I got out there doing my ranger job, I'd very quickly forget about the stresses of being a waiter, and that was good. I could also soon forget the fact that being a waiter wasn't a permanent thing. It was kind of like temporary for the time, and I knew that, just I couldn't convince my brain of it. So I head out on some of my normal patrols and everything's grand. There's lots of people out here that I actually become friends with, and I'd get some regulars there who would just hike the trails. It was a pretty cool place to go hiking if you ever get out to these kinds of places, and I'd really recommend it to people who haven't tried it yet. I remember though, there was some weird smell that none of us could seem to escape from. It was almost like sulfury, but kind of different, almost metallic at the same time. It's the kind of thing that was almost like sharp, and it would make your nose feel cold. It's pretty weird. I wasn't the first to discover it, but I wasn't the last, and I remember some other staff reported it too. Apparently this actually happened in other places and not far from the restaurant that I was waiting in. And I thought, you know what, this is a bit weird. I was quite paranoid and thinking too scientifically in the presumption that it was a dangerous chemical that we weren't supposed to smell but could, or something leaking from the ground. I was paranoid maybe it was radon gas, but I didn't realise that you couldn't actually smell that, and we're in the open air anyway. My scientific knowledge has come a long way since then. Now, eventually, the smells seemed to go away, and things seemed to return back to normal. I was finishing up one of my shifts doing the waiting, and I was washing some dishes, and I noticed something strange. Outside of the window, a bit further away, I could see some kind of faint glow. I don't really know how to describe it. It was almost like a reddy colour, but had more of a green tinge to it. At first I presume it's a fire, but it doesn't act like how a fire would. I don't know, it just felt a little bit different. It looked kind of weird, and a little bit creepy actually. I just convinced myself it was nothing. I finish up on my washing and go outside to see what it is, then I realise that it's gone. I'm pretty sure it's some kind of reflection or something that I didn't realise is there, so I just go back to what I was doing. I remember just thinking, God, I can't wait to just escape and let my mind settle. I was kind of aware of the compression spring thing that I was talking about earlier where I was doing too much, but I was kind of just going with it at the same time, but I knew I needed to get out of there and just have a few hours at least of peace just to clear this up. Now eventually, these smells do pick up again, and weirdly, somebody else reported seeing a strange light in these woods. Now, this particular colleague reported them differently, saying that it seemed to be coming as more of a green embery glow, almost like where a fire once was, or just when you get the embers before something like that's about to die. He said that he just had a weird feeling like something was off. It was like all of his adrenal glands were firing and he just didn't know why. He said the smell was accompanied by it too. So now, I'm pretty convinced that it's just something we should be careful of, but nothing too harmful. I was paranoid again it was radioactive, just because, like I said, not the best at science then. And I thought, well, why else would it be glowing? Or maybe it's some kind of chemical fire, I don't know. I thought somebody had been stupid and actually left something out there and not told us. Or maybe somebody was illegally burning trash or something. And yeah, that was what I went with and a lot of the team did. We were pretty sure people were burning some kind of plastic that they really shouldn't have been, and that would explain the weird characteristics of this light and its glow. Now the thing is, we couldn't find it. We searched for quite a long time, and my god, we get to know the area well, so if there was anything there that shouldn't have been, we would have picked it up, but we couldn't see anything. We even had some cops actually putting in a report that they thought somebody was out there, because they said they saw something strange. They described it as a couple of lights moving and then suddenly vanishing, describing it this time as a kind of purple colour with a green one, but the green remained throughout. I could probably link the colour more closely to almost like a neon kind of green, but it's hard to describe. Now, another strange characteristic of this is that one of my colleagues said that his eyes genuinely burnt when he saw this. He actually got the closest out of all of us to whatever this is. He said that he was probably about 50 feet away, and he couldn't look at it, almost like the way that you can't stare at the sun or bright reflections or things like that. But he said he felt enticed to. Almost like everything went black around him and he just had that to stare at. I even noticed some vision problems too. I remembered after seeing this that I would look at a tree and it just looked like it was artificially placed there, almost like it had a stage light coming down onto it which wasn't there, and it just looked too high definition compared to the other trees. It was kind of trippy but pretty bizarre to pick up, and some of the other colleagues had the same thing too. Weirdly, it was also the same people who smelt whatever that was. Now, in a weird way, I actually began looking towards having my night shifts because, well, I'm going to encounter something pretty cool out here. At least that's what I was telling myself. The sense and urge to have adventure was still quite strong at this point in my life, so I'm up for it. Didn't have a wife then, didn't have a kid, and not many responsibilities, and the world was absolutely my oyster at this moment in time. Now, what to do other than chase this thing? Well, nothing. So I set out. I made a commitment to myself that if I actually saw this thing and can get within touching distance, then I'm going to be the first. If my eyes hurt, then yeah, it's time to stop and go back, but I was ready. And then nothing. For the next 2 weeks straight, absolutely nothing happened. I actually grow more and more tired of trying to hunt this thing. It's kind of like the perfect anticlimax where that your motivation is going on a negative correlation constantly spiraling down till you can't be bothered. And I couldn't be bothered. I was actually planning a trip to get away to Europe, and that starts to consume my thoughts and everything. And I decide that I'm gonna think better if I'm not tired and decide to plan it more in the day. So now I'm out there less in the dark anyway. So I'm doing my usual rounds, just investigating something that I needed to, and just going out, doing what we do, when I notice it. There's almost like a burning on my neck. It kind of feels like I'm getting a sunburn, and the smell is come back. I turn around slowly, and I see it, just for 1 second. Glowing almost too bright to be real, in a weird golden colour. Something is standing there raising its arms up to me. It doesn't really look like a person. It almost looks like it's wearing some kind of robes, but it doesn't have a head. I can describe them as white but with gold detailing around the side, but it looks very alien. Almost like something which has come from a very wealthy thing, but not like anything on Earth. And something that's somehow spiritually higher than the rest of us. And then it vanished, almost like it was never there in the first place. I'm completely perplexed, trying to figure out what was that. I rubbed my eyes for a few seconds, and that's when I noticed something really strange. I can still see the silhouette of this thing burned into my eyes while they go back to normal. Okay, that's really odd, I think. Something was definitely off about this situation. I'm pretty sure my head isn't powerful enough for me to imagine that, and I wasn't even thinking of it. Last time I checked, I'd never seen anything like this, so what was I seeing? I look around, and there's almost like a mist that's formed. It's kind of like an extremely light fog, but I can see it everywhere. Again, it's not just my vision going weird, because I can clearly see that it's not in all areas. So what was it? I decided to head back now. I ended up finishing the rest of my tasks, and I get into our base. I start talking during my lunch break and tell one of my colleagues about what happened. He said that he's seen something similar too. But what's more strange is that he said that he had seen this in a dream, which I think is really weird. I asked him to describe it, and he's pretty much describing literally exactly what I'd seen too. Now that's pretty creepy, I think. Or is it something higher up? We start to discuss all kinds of possible things, guardian angels and God knows what else, but I'm a little shaken. And I eventually get back into my car and drive home and forget about it and start another shift at the restaurant. Now when I'm doing the dishes this time, I can't help but look out of the window, and for a second I'm sure I see a green flash of light and then nothing. Now again, I think this is pretty bizarre, but I try not to think of it too much. I convince myself that I've been going too hard, pushing to the absolute max, and this is what's happened. My body's just gotten tired. Maybe I was doing too much. Maybe 2 jobs at the same time is not the best for me. Maybe just maybe I can slow down for a bit and life will take its hand for me. But I can't do that. I have to keep pushing. But I have to find out what this thing is. It's really starting to bother me now. I wouldn't say I'm naturally an anxious person, but I was starting to feel a bit weird about everything. It almost felt like these strange occurrences were becoming all-consuming. Kind of like the people you get on the ghost TV shows when they say that the ghosts don't leave them, or poltergeist, or, them things. I was getting a bit worried now because I thought, well, why can't I separate from work? Why am I thinking of this while I go to sleep? Why am I seeing it in my head so much? I felt like time was against me and I just needed to get to the bottom of it. So I continue onwards once more. I continue on to another shift, and just as I do so, as I'm handing over from the other guys, they say, "Hey, did you hear about what happened?" I say yeah and talk about a sports event that happened recently, but they're like, no, the light, that thing that you saw, somebody else saw it. I say, what do you mean? And apparently Raymond has seen the same thing as me. He's one of the other staff there. Apparently, he was out there doing his role when suddenly, there's a bright light behind him. He turns around to see a tall figure wearing some white coloured gown, but this time associated with a more green glow. Again, can't see its face. It's too bright where its face should be, and it vanishes within a second. Now, I was happy I wasn't the only one seeing this, but apparently my colleague had actually got really shaken up by this, and that's somebody who never seems to care about much of anything. Well, I think I really want to find out what this is now. All of us agreed to stay well back and call law enforcement because clearly, if we encounter this thing, it's something that we're definitely not trained to deal with and don't want to deal with in the first place. Now me on the other hand, I'm the adventurer. I want to be the cool one who can just go after things and not be scared. It's weird thinking back now on how my mind was at the time, but that was my mind, so if I've got to investigate, then I've got to investigate. So I set out, and I start doing my job. Now again, things are normal. The next 3 days, nothing really happens. The only thing that was a bit weird was the mist seemed to pick up again, but because of the weather, I'm not really sure whether it is naturally occurring or not, but it felt strange. Now, on the 4th night, however, just as the sun goes down, I head out and something feels different now. It almost felt too perfect. The forest was a little bit too quiet compared to normal, and it kind of scares me. I don't know why, it just freaks me out. Something about it was just off. Now, as I set out, I almost have that feeling like when you're in a dream. You know when you get to that fatigue point where your brain's kind of shutting down but you're still going? It was kind of like that. And I'm met with the smell again. I'd genuinely forgotten about the smell for a long time, but here it is again, and it instantly wakes me up. The smell seems to be getting stronger and stronger as it goes deeper into the woods. Now this area that I'm in, you can't actually see much further around the bend because how the path twists. The trees are quite thick at this point in time, so you don't really have much time to react to things or people which will come up on the path or trail behind you. It's okay. Sometimes it's kind of comforting because you know it's the same for whatever else is out there. But this felt different this time. It kind of gives me an uneasy feeling like I need to know what's about to happen next. The smell is ever increasing to the point that I put my shirt over my nose and continue on like that. Luckily my undershirt's quite long so it reaches my nose easily. And I stop in my tracks as I can see a faint green glow. I can't figure out where it's coming from, and I suddenly realise that it seems to be from in all directions now. I realise that I must be right on the trail with this thing, and I continue on until eventually it seems like the green light is fading now. I look around once more, but there's still nothing here for me. Again, but that's when I see it. It's almost blindingly bright. I can see a much brighter glow this time. It seems to be coming from a specific location now and getting brighter every second, and I pivot myself and I'm able to see it now. I'm met with something that's about 7 feet tall, almost appearing to have some kind of green robe on this time, mixed with white and gold, far too bright, and clothes which are flowing as though that they're stuck in the wind but there's no wind. The closer up towards whatever this thing's face is, the brighter it gets and the more my eyes hurt. It does this to the point that I can't make eye contact with whatever this is, if it does have eyes, that is. I get this horribly overpowering feeling that whatever this is far too superior to me and can literally do whatever it wants to me, and I can only be here, left to face it. Now I don't know exactly how long that I was stood there for, but it gets to the point that I physically can't look at it, and I actually drop onto the ground trying to cover my eyes. It's so bright that I can actually see my bones through my fingers, and just some red around where my skin is, and suddenly there's darkness. I think I went blind for probably about 5 or so seconds because of how bright this thing was, until I'm able to actually see again. I then quickly get up and look around and everything's how it should be, just the smell, that awful smell is still there. I pick up quite a good pace and I start running out of there fleeing. Luckily I was only about 20 minutes away from the station, and I get there in about 5 minutes or so. I was flat out exhausted when I get back to the station. Nobody else is there and it's only me at this time. I very quickly write down everything that's happened, and I try my absolute best not to panic too much. Now, the more that I calm down, the more I can actually see what I'd seen in my head. For probably a millisecond I was finally able to see this thing clearly, and it seems to have horns with gold tips at the end and glowing eyes. I don't know what I'd seen, but it really terrified me. I ended up calling my best friend and describing what happened, and he said it might have been some kind of spirit that I encountered. I was very scared, and I actually radioed in to all colleagues in the surrounding areas to look out. Now what was really weird is I get a call to say that I've got to see my friend now. He doesn't say what's happened, but he says that I have to come quick, so yeah, that's exactly what I'd done. Now when I'm eventually able to make it over to him, that's when he tells me what he saw. He describes it as a tall figure, also with horns, kind of staring at him, and it was an incredibly bright thing and green coloured and glowing. And we both realised that what we saw was the exact same thing. Now in this moment I know that we have to keep going and doing our job, but we saw something really weird. We let everybody else aware of it, and we're hyper aware for what it could possibly be. Over the following weeks, there's fewer and fewer sightings of the glowing embers until eventually there's nothing. All these years later, I still have no idea what I saw to this day. I really hope that I don't ever have to see whatever that thing is again, because I don't think I'll be strong enough to stand to it this time. Now, in my later life, I ended up starting work as a ranger. Well, to be specific, I was on the fire lookouts most of the time, but with my job I had to alternate what I was doing. I'd like to share an experience from my past though that I haven't really been able to put my finger on. I've seen 1 or 2 strange things during my later life, but nothing really compared to this, and is something that stayed with me. I never shared my experience with anyone because I was worried about being ridiculed, but I'd like to share it today. I'm somebody that used to go out into the woods a lot when I was younger. I used to do it more for fitness, to be honest. I found it was better if I could actually jog away from everyone, because A, you wouldn't have to run into anyone, and B, I thought being out in the trees and with all the extra oxygen, it's probably more healthy for me, And I've also done some research, well, at least I did at the time, to say that when you jog in the wild, you can also go across some better terrain, so apparently it's better conditioning and everything. Now, I didn't live very close to these areas, so I often had to hike over to them. It was okay though, I didn't have an issue with it. I found it to be a great time to clear my head. In fact, most of the times that I actually went jogging like this, it wasn't my original plan. It was instead something that kind of ended up just happening, you know. I'd go quite far, get close to where the forest started, and suddenly, I'd want to jog. And I did this on this particular day. Now, I decided not to jog immediately. Where I was, the terrain was pretty rough going, so I knew I was in prime area to twist my ankle. I'd actually done that before playing some sports, and it's never really been right. It can kind of go really weak suddenly. So if I was playing a sport and somebody tried to put a tackle in, I could suddenly fall to the ground and I didn't have much I could do about it. So with this in mind, I was being very cautious, just taking in everything. I thought I knew where I was going to, because I could see moss on the trees. Now I know that doesn't actually work really, but at the time I was convinced it would point north, so I kind of always thought I had a good sense of direction. The trees in this area are large and full of life, and that was a good thing. I was kind of walking across a hill at this point within the forest. It meant that if I fell, I could actually fall quite a long way down, and the trees also rose on my right side. So basically I didn't really want to jog here, because I'm sure if I fell I'd get knocked out if I hit my head on a tree or who knows what. Now while walking, I noticed there's lots of wildlife around me that I haven't really noticed before. There's a few tiny birds that keep appearing on the track ahead of me, and they look pretty cool. I was worried that they were giant insects, but luckily it wasn't the case. For whatever reason, on this particular day, I decided not to jog immediately, or thereafter. I just decided that it's probably best if I walk and take in everything. I'm someone who likes to have deep thoughts. I realise now that I definitely overdid this, and I was probably driving myself a bit insane with this process, but at the time it didn't really matter, because it was what worked for me. Now I didn't have that many good friends in my hometown. You had kind of like associates, I guess you would call them, but not the kind of people who would help you if you ever needed it. I had one friend, but he was pretty weird to be honest, and I was sort of aware of it at the time, but I wasn't able to actually leave him because there wasn't anyone else I could be friends with. I didn't realise this was stupid at the time, but it definitely was in the long run. I mean, pretty much all the time, all we would ever do is just go and watch a movie and order pizza. And there's nothing wrong with that, but when that's all you do, and you've also got someone talking rubbish about you behind your back, it can really throw you off. But I'm getting away from my story a bit much now. I come into another area where suddenly the sun pierces through and everything looks really beautiful. It was so bright it was kind of making the top of the trees appear white and the leaves almost transparent, which I thought was a really pretty thing. So I just continue on and take in the beauty of everything that's around me. I'm feeling pretty good at this point in time. Now, I come around the first bend and I realise that it levels off a little bit, and I decide to start jogging. Now, I jog for a little while when suddenly I hear some people talking. I slow down to see who else is up here because I don't want to round a corner and run straight into somebody, but there seems to really be no one around. I can hear lots of people talking though. It sounds like about 6 or 7 or maybe 8, but I really can't make out a word they're saying. They're speaking alright, but I don't necessarily know what language it is. It's kind of like English, but different. I can imagine it's how English would sound to people that don't understand it. That's the best way I can describe it. I think, well, there's probably just a good old group of joggers out here, and I can't be bothered to go into them. Again, my aim with this was just isolation, which I know probably wasn't a good idea, but that's what I was looking for. All is going well, until suddenly, Their tones of voice completely change and it sounds much more aggressive. I kid you not, I almost take my next step past the tree when I hear screaming. It really sounds like someone's being attacked or maybe even killed, and with that, I move in a flash. I guess the adrenaline and whatever hormones are associated with that take over, because I don't really have to think about what I'm doing. I keep running and running, and I almost come into a zone with it where I'm thinking of nothing else but putting as much ground between me and the people screaming as I possibly can. It really sounded like someone was being tortured. I'd never heard it before, but in this specific situation, I was certain that I just had. Now, I managed to run for about a good 4 or so minutes before I get tired. It's not easy to sprint, especially when you're not going in a straight line. I actually taste some blood and my lungs really burn at this point, and I know I have to slow down a bit. Stupidly, I brought headphones but not water, so obviously that wasn't a great idea. I ended up taking off the headphones and throwing them when they get kind of stuck around my neck. I never found them again. I was so scared though that I didn't care about ditching them like this. I thought it would make more sound, and I stop on a log that I can rest on. I remain diligently silent, yet nothing pierces the quietness around me. I start to relax a little and think, well, maybe somebody twisted their ankle or broke their leg. Yeah, it could just be that, I tell myself. I eventually think that I can hear somebody or something rushing through the trees now, and I decide to take cover. I don't call out and I don't want my presence to be known, so I quickly duck under a fallen tree. I kind of crouch over and hold my knees together, trying to keep my silhouette as low profile as possible. I'd heard about it on a military show, and I was trying to do this. Now the problem was I only had my shorts and stuff, so they could probably see me pretty easily. I wasn't really going to blend into the background that well, but it was better than nothing. Eventually I hear what sounds like somebody passing. Weirdly, it sounds like it passes straight ahead of me, but I don't see anything, and I think this is a little bit weird. I think maybe it's just some animal that was disturbed or being chased, so I think, well, I better press on now. I was just trying to get as far away as I could, and I knew that if I continued this way, there was a good chance that I could follow it round in a big kind of like circle, and eventually get back to the relative safety of exiting the tree line. I was looking forward to this because I was actually starting to feel a little bit shaky. Now it's worth mentioning that I wasn't actually shaking because of fear. I was actually getting a little bit shaky because I was quite hungry now, and I must have depleted all of my resources doing this. So I really wanted to get back. I realised that I have one kind of snack bar with me, and I devoured that instantly. God, it felt so refreshing in that moment. Eventually, my thoughts decide that they can settle in a bit, and the rational part of my mind takes over and says, hey, it's probably just a group of hikers who aren't from here, and one of them probably broke their leg. So I was constantly waiting to hear the sirens of an ambulance or something, just to put my fears to bed, but it didn't come, however. What did instead was the realization that all of my senses are being heightened. Now, I realised suddenly that there's a tree stand not too far from where I am. I think, God, wouldn't it be great if I went up that? I think at least now I can actually get a perspective of what's around and maybe calm myself down a bit, so I make my way over there. I seem to be acutely aware of everything though in this situation, and I take a few steps up the ladder for it, and I realise that I should probably step down again. I can hear something, and I can see movement of trees and foliage moving not too far off from my west. So I take off running. I'm doing a jogger's pace. Now, I'm quite quick to be honest at this, and I'm able to maintain it forever, so this is what I do. I'm not in enough of a panic state to start sprinting again, and I know that I'm not going to be able to sprint for too long, so I decide that this is probably the best thing that I can do now. Luckily, the trail that I'm on now is much more even, and there's not all big rocks everywhere that I can probably trip over, so I'm feeling alright. Now, I picked this pace up for quite a long time. It was probably about 20 minutes, and I'm literally halfway back to where I need to be now. But, with a quick glance over my shoulder, I realise that there's still movement. And when I hold my breath for long enough, I can hear that there's something coming behind me. I keep up this pace, trying my very best to get away from whatever this is, but it doesn't seem to be losing me. And then, it's accompanied by more voices. It sounds like those people I heard earlier. They're not speaking very often, but almost chanting. It really sounds like an angry mob is coming after me, or whoever that is behind me, but it seems like the thing behind me is latched on. I jog probably for another 10 minutes, and I'm not that far away from where I need to be, and that allows me to let my guard down a bit. And I stop and turn around, ready to face whatever it is that's been after me. I think maybe it's some kind of crazed jogger that's out here, and they're trying to get them to safety. I just don't know what it is. But the moment I stop and turn around, like literally the second my back turns and I can see, suddenly there's nothing. Silence once again. Now I'm getting a little bit creeped out now, because I think, well, it probably wasn't no animals, but I guess it could have been, but why did they just stop? Which again makes me very aware that they seem to know where I am. Again, I could just be doing this through coincidence because of the path that I'm on, but something felt really weird. But suddenly the feeling of being followed escapes, and I decide that I should climb a tree. I know this is pretty weird to say, but for whatever reason I decide that I'm going to get a pretty good perspective of what this is, and I can probably get out of sight, especially if I can go high enough. I'm not a very good climber though, and this proves to be more of a challenge than I expected to find, but I'm able to do so. Now, eventually, I make it up the tree, and I decide just to stay here to catch my breath. I think it's called epoch or something, but it's when you have oxygen debt. I learnt about it a lot later, but basically my body was trying to get rid of the carbon dioxide, which had built up from running for so long. And I think the lactic acid has set in because my calves were absolutely obliterated now. I'm probably not the best in terms of actually having muscle mass, I'm still not. And I always thought this was going to be a higher association with things like this, but it felt like my legs were just absolute jello. I tried to move my legs around a bit now, but as I do so it makes the tree make a really loud sound. It's almost like something out of a comedy special, as I realise that my stupidity is starting to make the tree collapse on itself, or at least on the branch that I'm on, and I decide not to do that. But now, I can feel it. Something has locked onto me. It's kind of like a predator about to pounce, and I'm not the predator. I can hear something coming now, and I look around, and that's when I see it. I can only describe it as a person, but not how a person should look. What I was looking at was some kind of nightmarish figure. Where the skin should be is all red. There's no hair, just red everywhere, and some kind of liquid dripping off. And this thing with these horrible dark eyes makes eye contact with me and starts to walk towards my tree. I suddenly grip the tree extremely tightly, and I actually start bleeding from this but don't realise it. This thing starts walking towards me. I look around to see if there's any more, but as I turn back it's gone. I didn't realise it, but I went into complete shock at this. I actually slid halfway down the tree and eventually thud at the bottom. Without thinking about it, with my bloodied hands, I crawl over to a rock and hide under it. I don't know how long I was here for, but it took about an hour or so before I snapped out of it. I can't tell you what I described without tearing up in person, but It was like something from completely out of this world. Maybe it was a demon, I didn't know. I just knew it was time to get on the move again. This time when I get up, there's no uneasy feeling like I had before for some reason. I just feel completely drained, almost like a truck's hit me. Everything in my body hurt, and I was shaking. With my hands now shaking next to me, I pick up a light jogging pace, which eventually becomes a full sprint, until I get out of the woods. I couldn't bear to look behind myself, and instead, I just keep going forwards. I'm really shaking now, and for whatever reason, whenever I saw other people, it didn't bring any comfort to me, and everyone seems to be staring at me weirdly. Something just feels extremely off, and I can't stop thinking of that thing that I've seen the whole journey back home. I feel extremely paranoid, and I don't like that every person that I pass is staring through me, almost like I'm a ghost. Eventually I make it back home. I go to wash my hands off in the bathroom, and I realise that my face is extremely pale, and I haven't been able to close my mouth. I look like I was on drugs or something. I managed to go down and make myself some food, and I eventually crash out on my bed and fall asleep. I woke up the following day, and everything's as it normally is, with my mum making me some breakfast. My mum commented that she thought I was unwell, and asked what I'd been doing the previous day, because I shouldn't be that tired, and I couldn't bear myself to explain what I'd seen to her. Instead, I just say, "Oh, nothing, I just went on a big hike and hurt my ankle," and she says, "Oh, let me look at that for you." Now in this moment, I kind of go on autopilot with my replies, and I can't really think much about what my mum is saying to me. I just want to escape from what happened, and eventually, life went on, and I buried that in the back of my mind for a long time, even eventually becoming a ranger. But that thing, I'll never forget it. Sometimes when I'm on my fire watches, I actually get really paranoid that I'm gonna see that again. I don't know if anybody knows what that could have possibly been, but I'd be very interested to know if anybody's had any similar experiences to that. I can only describe it as a demon that escaped from hell and for whatever reason was latched onto me. Thankfully I haven't seen it since, but I can't be certain that I'm not going to see it again. I worked as a fire ranger for a couple of years, and it was one of my favourite jobs that I've ever had. It's something that I'm almost envious that I couldn't do for longer. I did enjoy being outside, but to be honest, I'd kind of struggle with the loneliness really. Every so often you'd have somebody pop up, or you might change over shift and have a brief interaction, but there wasn't really much time that you could spend with people, and that's something I didn't enjoy about the job. And I don't know, I just don't think it's good for you in the long run. I've recently changed jobs and I'm around people a lot more, and sometimes I do reminisce and think back, and I kind of trick myself into thinking it would be the right path for me now. But realistically, I know it wasn't, and I did have a story that happened to me that I'd like to share where I think this would be a good place for it. Now, where I was stationed was absolutely beautiful. We had these huge trees everywhere, which I absolutely loved, and you could do these beautiful nature walks through it, and that's something that I did quite frequently. I actually opted to walk for about an extra 2 miles just so I could go through more of it when I'd arrive for work. It was really gorgeous, honestly. And yeah, sometimes when I parked my car, it was easy for me to get lost and forget what I was truly there for. I kind of understand how places like this could inspire different stories. You know, like you get the Lord of the Rings and things like that. Well, I just kind of get it. And if you're someone that lives in a city, then I'd strongly recommend that you spend some time out in the forest. And I mean real forests, not just the parks. Like the national parks, you know, the big ones. Yeah, sorry if I'm going off topic at all now. So I'd like to share what happened on a Pacific night while I was on my duty. Now before I get to that, I'll have to explain some of my day. Now my day was pretty good. I spent most of my time just doing my watch and just listening to songs on the radio. I had a really strong radio up there and it really got good signal. I mean, how could it not being that high up? I tried my best not to go down too often, but I'd have to do it for the toilet every so often. I think from coming up the kind of spirally stairs, I ended up twisting my knee awkwardly and it was kind of playing me up. It was something I could hope I could just sleep off, but I wasn't too sure as I had a few other injuries on the same side of my body. For some reason, all of them happened to be in roughly the same place, but my other side was completely fine. Now I did have to make this trip down a few times, and while doing so, something felt different. It was almost like the atmosphere was different when I got further down. Not in the sense of atmospheric, but I don't know, I just kind of felt tense and uneasy. Almost like something terrible had happened, but I didn't know what. I don't know if you've ever got bad news, but one that makes you panic. It was kind of similar to that, so for me this was a really bizarre thing. I did wander around a few times and try and take my mind off things, and that's when something else weird happened. While walking, my vision suddenly goes very blurry, and it's almost like I'm seeing double. Now during this time, for just a second, I can see some kind of figure further up. It almost looks like somebody dressed in medieval type robes, but the religious people. Now I only see it for a second, so I don't know whether this was in my head or not, but they suddenly just go with a big flash, and things are immediately back to normal. I think this is odd and think that I've gotten too hot, so I actually go back to the station. There's a thermometer there, and I quickly give myself a check over, but everything's normal. I decide I need to chug some more water. In places like this, it's pretty easy to not stay on top of how much you're eating or drinking. Also, some people in my family are diabetic, which is definitely not me because of the way I eat, but I don't know. You can never be too careful, I guess. So I decide that I should eat some food too. Now, once again, after eating, I get the weird feeling and the sense of dread comes over me that something's just off. I then realise that I can see the same figure again that I saw before, though only this time I can see them much clearer than before, and I'm convinced it's actually a person. I then go to speak to them and say, hey, how are you doing? And they seemingly just ignore me and walk off. Another weird thing I noticed is that they don't have any hair whatsoever, almost like them Tibet monks but different. But what on earth would one be doing here? And they aren't really dressed appropriately. I don't know, their clothes just look too dated, and almost even if you're a religious person out here, it seems like you would actually dress more appropriately. You can get foot injuries really easily here, and yes, I was suffering from one of those too, and it was on the same side. I don't know whether it's plantar fasciitis, but the bottom of my foot was killing. I mean, that mixed with my knee being bad was really a big problem for me. But anyway, I tried to put that aside, and I just think it's a normal hiker. I get back up to the top of my station, and night's starting to fall. Now that's good for a couple of reasons, but one is it actually makes my job a lot easier. Because obviously you can spot fires quite easily in the darkness, but that's not always the only thing that you see. I had a report of one of my other friends who worked here, saying that he was staring up at the stars. He saw one move, then another, and assumed that it was a satellite, until suddenly they shoot off in different directions. I kind of joked about it and said, oh, it's just the old man going off on one again, but I don't know really. Especially when you're out here on your own, it's almost like if there are visitors come in, then they're going to choose this time to come and pounce on you. But hey, that was just my wider thinking. I did like to stargaze every so often, and obviously being far away from light pollution, you could see the stars really well, and it's something that I really enjoyed doing. Now, as I'm stargazing, I'm pretty certain I can see something off. It looks like a star, then another one moving parallel to each other, and I say, God, I'm pretty sure I'm seeing what my friend saw to myself. I won't say his name here, but I say, he wasn't crazy after all, and kind of laugh. These stars didn't shoot off, but there was definitely something weird about them. I actually worry that maybe the tower was starting to crumble or lean and that this is about to be it, but I stay still for a second and realise it isn't. This is actually one of my biggest fears that I have, the station going down with me on it and me just holding on to the sides trying to make it. I've had nightmares about this and generally wake up really scared inside the station, and when I've done that I've actually been really fearful that it's happening because obviously I'm up there and your body doesn't always get used to it, especially not for short spells. But this isn't the case. The stars are just weird. I tell myself that I'm just imagining things and I go to sit down. Now this is the first really strange thing that happened. I go to write in my diary that not much is happening today, and I wake up again. Now, I went into a very deep sleep and I must have dreamt for probably 12 hours. I had a very long dream that I was actually transported to medieval times, which is really bizarre. But this wasn't the case. Of course it wasn't. I looked at the alarm clock. It's only been 10 minutes. How could it have only been 10 minutes if I'd been dreaming for 12 hours? This is really bizarre. I then quickly scan around and grab my binoculars, worried that I've eclipsed time that is potentially dangerous, and this is one of our biggest issues on our job. If you fall asleep, you're not only putting your own life at risk, but also others who you're there to protect, and that's something that I don't want to jeopardize. So I quickly slam a coffee and try and normalize myself a bit. As I'm slowly waking up, I grab the binoculars and peer around, and that's when I see it. It almost looks like a glowing ember of a fire, and with some excitement, I quickly focus in the lenses. That's when I see another one, and another one. I then put the binoculars down trying to see it, but they're just too far away for me. Thinking that maybe this is some kind of encounter with the third kind, I start to panic a bit now. I then pan around the binoculars, and it seems like it's a big row that continues and continues. I can't believe what I'm seeing. All of the lights form a big circle around my tower, and they're getting closer and closer. They're all kind of like a red-yellow glow, but it's really weird. I look up quickly expecting there to be a big mothership about to take me away, but strangely I don't see anything. I look down and around, and that's my best explanation. I then quickly go over to the radio and radio in that something's definitely off and there might be fire very close to me. They say that they're going to send a team out to investigate and to make sure that I stay in radio contact and obviously evacuate if necessary. I say no worries and I quickly jump down to look outside again. While looking around with my binoculars, I can suddenly see that they're very close and almost at the base of my tower, which is impossibly quick. Now, after letting my eyes adjust for a few seconds, I suddenly realise that these are people holding these torches. They seem to be people, but very small, all wearing the same kind of dark robes that I've seen earlier. I now scream and run back into the tower and report that there's no fire, there's people coming to burn this thing down. They then say not to worry and that they're sending some other people there, and they ask me to see what else is happening. I'm almost froze to the spot, but I force myself to go and look outside, and when I do, there's nothing. Literally, nobody there below the tower, nobody around at all, for miles. I search desperately. I frantically try and explain what's happening, and I ask them desperately to send some people out, and they say not to worry, there are. They then start questioning, am I fully awake yet? And am I sure it's not just my eyes playing tricks on me, but I'm absolutely certain at what I've seen. I ended up staying up there and refusing to come down until another 20 minutes until some other workers arrived. They question me, and they say they can't see evidence of anyone. Now, this is where it gets a bit crazy for me. One of them does find something odd. They can see some strange markings on the ground. It's almost like hieroglyphs, but not quite. It's like strange symbols that have been burned into the ground, obviously with something, but there's no people whatsoever. We do quite a big look around and we literally can't find anything to explain what this is. I'm completely freaked out now, and luckily one of the other workers takes over from me. A few days go by and nothing else really happens, and eventually I return to another station and the rest of my job goes completely normal for those couple of years. Now, none of the other workers experienced anything even remotely similar to what I did that day, and that kind of messes with me in more ways than one. I know for a fact that I wasn't seeing things, but I still don't know what I saw that day. This experience put me off being a fire ranger, and I'm kind of glad that I did, because I'd hate to be out there alone and have something similar happen again. Since this, I've also never been able to camp alone. I work as a park ranger, and I had something that I experienced today which I don't quite understand. One of my other worker colleagues had told me that he'd seen something weird that he couldn't explain and wanted me to investigate too. He'd given me the exact location and said that he wasn't going to preface it, he just wanted me to go there and let him know what my experience was, and I said okay. I was actually a little bit cautious, but I'd known this colleague for a while, so I make my way over to that location and I find a door, literally in the middle of the woods, for no reason at all. It looks like quite an old door, but kind of like a grand one that you might see on an old house, and weirdly, it had one of those old door knockers. I look around and don't see anything and decide to get closer and make it up to the door. Now when I get to the door, I can hear a weird sound around it, almost like lots and lots of people whispering, but there's no one around. It's very faint but very distinct. I decide that I should maybe try and open it, but before I do, I'm kind of caught making eye contact with the knocker. It's so creepy looking. It's like an almost demon face one, but I decide to tap on it a few times to knock on the door. And as I do so, for a moment, everything changes to red and black in colour, almost like I'm looking at something through a filter. I look around and I can only describe this as being in hell. I'm in what appears to be a weird cave system or something. I can hear screams all around me, some weird dark figures moving in the distance, and there seems to be blood dripping off everything, and within a second I go back to normal, and the whispering stopped. So I very bravely sprint back and get all the way back to the station and report to my buddy what had happened. He said he didn't know what to make of it too. Now this is the weirdest part. When we went back to investigate with a group of others and were actually recording it this time, it's nowhere to be found. We gone to the exact spot that we had both seen it, and it was literally completely gone, like it never existed in the first place. I was doing trick-or-treating one night with my older brother. I felt pretty safe doing so. I was about 11 and he was about 13. To be honest, we weren't exactly at the best age to go out on our own, but our neighbourhood was relatively safe, and my parents didn't have an issue with us doing so. All is well basically. I was dressed up as a vampire, and my brother, I don't know what he was maybe a zombie, Frankenstein, vampires, and just anything you can think of mixed together. I really wanted to get one of those scream masks. You know, the cool ones where you can pump blood in it? Well, one of my friends had one, and I was jealous, but apparently the blood would always leak everywhere, so that was annoying. Now I start off and eventually fill up my bucket pretty nicely. I remembered one funny thing happened where an older lady said, "Oh, have you not got much there?" I'm on my second bucket. I didn't explain it well and she gave me a ton of things. I then explained the situation and she already closed the door. I still laugh about it today. So, we're just about to round up for the night and go and eat our stash. Everything's good. We turn back and turn around. Now, after not too long, we notice some people dressed up further ahead with some kind of campfire. Now, being young and probably naive, we just think they're other trick-or-treaters, and we're pretty interested in what they're doing. I said to my brother, I don't know, it could be bad, but he said no, what if they're roasting marshmallows? We've got to go and join them. So that's what we do. We decide to go up there. I say, but we don't have that many marshmallows, and then my brother reveals that he actually has some, which is really good. He had those giant ones, which I actually love to this day. So we start heading over there and realise that they're quite a long way from here. We also can't hear anything too, which was interesting. They're actually quite far off into the woods. Now, my father actually worked as a police officer, and he'd given us a lot of information about stranger danger, but at the time we were not thinking of this at all. We just want to get out there. As we're making our way over there, we're dropping candy left, right and centre on the floor. I shouldn't have done it, but I guess we were too young to care. Now we probably walked about half a mile when we hear something. A very loud metal sound. It sounded like somebody dropped a big iron hammer on the ground. Weirdly, it sounded like the sound come from very close to us, which is weird. My brother then grabs my hand and says, "Quick, hide," and we hide behind a tree. What was more weird is that everybody by the campfire stops, and they look in our direction. We think this isn't a good situation, but what was the sound? We're kind of naive, but we know that we're in danger now, so decide to stay put and not move at all. This goes on for probably about 20 seconds or so, before my brother realizes something. He says, "Hey, Brian, look." I say, "What?" They're coming here. They're coming towards us. Now, even though they're about 400 meters away, we were too afraid to move. I say, "What's happening? What can you see?" He says, "Shush, be quiet." And I do so. Now, it's probably the most quiet that I've ever been in my entire life during these few seconds. I can see them approaching slowly in the distance, and I don't know why they're coming here, but I feel really anxious. My palms begin to sweat and I kind of get shaky. Now weirdly, there was no sound to accompany them, so you didn't really know how close they were. They start moving through the tree line until eventually I can see something. There's one dressed in white robes, then two, then three, and they're carrying something on a stick. They're also leaking water or something on the ground, and there's two more holding the other end of it. Someone's also throwing things on the ground as they walk. I really felt like my heart had stopped while I realised that they're walking straight past me and continue on up ahead. I continue shaking now, and I become incredibly nervous. I felt like I didn't breathe too, and we slowly watch as they round a corner, and there's a disgusting smell to accompany them. After about 20 minutes, we finally decide that it's safe for us to get up, and we're all very nervous. Now, it doesn't take too long before my brother decides that we've got to get a move on here, and we start to proceed up the hill. It looks like blood on the floor and a blood trail. We actually follow this on the same path getting back until eventually it disappears into the tree line. Even writing this story, I'm starting to get the shakes again. I don't know who they were or what they were doing. I'm just thankful that we didn't have to find out. So when I was younger, we frequently visited my grandparents around the holidays. Even though we didn't live in the same town, my aunt, who lived 2 houses down from my grandparents, said that the lady in the house between was creepy. Now she was a large woman over 6 feet tall. She wore login chains around her neck, a dress and work boots. The only time I remembered seeing her outside was either in her garden in the back or when she was washing outside of her home, scrubbing the actual building. She did this often. During these times, she would yell at us kids and call us all kinds of things. Now she would tell us the devil would be coming for us. The adults told us to leave her alone and to avoid her. We actually ended up running the distance between my aunt's and hers because, well, she was watching out the windows and it was creepy, so you never went alone. Now one Halloween, one of the cousins dared us to go trick-or-treat at her home. I remembered how scared I was, but I didn't want to be a chicken. Plus, I was going with the group. Now one of us rang the doorbell, and there's a lot of banging noises in the house, and suddenly we hear doors slam. When she answered, she has a severed head in her hands. Now, the adults told us it's a Halloween prop, and we knew we shouldn't be bothering her and deserved to be scared. Well, about a month later, my parents get a phone call that the lady had tried to kill my aunt while she was bringing in groceries and had my young cousin in her arms. The lady had one of them rope saws and had come up behind my auntie with it. She actually put this over the back of her head and around her neck and proceeds to saw. My aunt naturally flipped and started kicking the door. My uncle then come and beat the lady down with a fire poker. The police investigation revealed that the woman had been digging tunnels under her home, which would come up under my aunt's, my grandparents' and another neighbour's house. She had been bringing up dirt and putting it in the raised beds of the garden. Underground, she's also got a shrine of some sorts, with a few heads around it. I don't know where she got them from, but luckily my aunt survived, but does actually have a scar across her neck because of it. Now last summer, me and my brother took a walk through the woods at Silver Falls State Park in Oregon. The forests were beautiful and cool, so we figured why not, and took a path into the trees. We were pretty far down the path when it happened. Our cabins were far out of view and out of earshot, and we had just turned a corner and began going up to the side of a cliff with my brother completely froze to the spot. I said to him what's wrong when he near tears told me that he wants to go back. We jogged back to the cabins, checking our backs constantly. He told me that he saw a black streak that was shaped like a human with a long nose, bald head, skinny limbs, dashingly silent, going through the foliage before disappearing behind a tree. I've never seen my brother in this state. He was crying and shaking. I've been thinking about it. What could it have been? Maybe whatever it wasn't just my brother's imagination. Maybe it's what snatches up people in the blink of an eye in the missing 411 cases. We ventured back to the spot later with about 4 people, excluding my brother who refuses to go back but didn't see anything. So I don't know what it could have been. Now, I talked to my brother about it and he always describes it exactly the same. Shorter, black human-shaped thing running silently past and vanishing behind a tree. Not to mention that for some reason there was a big crow or raven hanging around the back of our cabin the entire time. I've read that skinwalkers take animal shapes and that particular animal form was from one. Now somebody mentioned it could be something called hide behinds, which seemed to fit the description, but I don't know what it could have been. Now, my university was bisected by a large lake, with a bridge going across with an island gazebo in the middle. One night I was walking down the side of the lake about to cross the bridge to go to a dorm on the other side. As I was walking down the sidewalk, I noticed some kid in a grey/white hoodie walking across one section of the bridge on my side of the gazebo towards the sidewalk. I didn't think much of him until I walked by a big tree which blocked my line of sight for a second. When I get past the tree, I happened to glance back at the bridge and there was no one there. He couldn't have possibly walked off the bridge. Now, and if he had actually turned around, I would have been able to see him. It was like he was just gone. Things get scarier though. About a year later, I was about to tell this story to a friend who had been abroad this semester who never heard about it, and before I even got to it he said, "Wait, did you see a guy in a hoodie disappear? We've both seen the same exact thing." It's the night of Halloween. and I go for a moment to look out and see the stars from my porch. As I do so, I see something very large crash into the field nearby. It was glowing a green colour and looked extremely strange. As I realise this, I quickly go outside and get my things and go to investigate. I don't make it too far down the road when I see some more trick-or-treaters, or at least their parents I should say. I go to step past them and they stop me. They're wearing all dark suits and they're wearing hats. They say I'm not allowed to go on any further. I say yeah, just let me through, thinking it's a joke, but they then show me that they're also law enforcement. It turns out that the whole area got cordoned off and I wasn't actually allowed to see what was up there. So there was me thinking it was some kind of trick-or-treaters, but God knows who they actually were, preventing me from seeing whatever that thing was. When I was about 13 or 14, my mum and dad invited around neighbours from the block where we used to live. Anyway, I'd been sent to bed but could still hear everybody talking about this and that, until this one woman said, "Hey," and my mum, "Do you remember that you used to have your daughter complaining that somebody's in her room? Well, there's a family that just moved in there and the floor above who have a 3-year-old son who complains about the exact same thing that she did." This scared me as I have no recollection of any of this, so the next day I asked my mum. Her first reaction was, "You don't remember?" Then she told me all this weird stuff used to happen. Footsteps up and down the hall, things going missing. She said the final thing that happened was she was listening to a record one day and it starts to slow down, like somebody's gently placed their finger on it until it comes to a stop. My mum then screams, "Leave us alone." As soon as she did, the record goes back to normal, and we've never since experienced anything creepy like that since. I was on shift one night and everything was going relatively normally. In fact, I did something against the protocol of where I worked. I decided that I needed to go for a walk just to get out. This is on the week of which is leading up to Halloween, so a lot of the trees are dead around here, and I kind of dealt with a few people being idiots earlier in the week. You'd often find people trying to scare each other out here, and I don't know, there was something really creepy about seeing people out here sometimes. As a ranger, it's something that shouldn't necessarily come as a surprise to me, as basically our whole job is just to watch out for people and make sure we maintain the nature and the park. There was a few things on my mind in this moment. I was getting really tired of working. I wasn't able to stop working when I wanted to, and my work didn't let me use time off when I wanted to, and I think it was having a little bit of an effect on me. I mean, I was kind of doing everything and doing a pretty good job of sticking to the book and getting everything done, but eventually it starts to tire you out a little bit. I realised too that if there was something on my mind, I would almost zone out completely and simply focus on that. Even if I was talking to somebody, I'd be looking them dead in the face and I'd just completely blank out to almost another place, which I think was pretty weird for me. But the show goes on, as the old saying goes, so I continue. As I'm walking, there was an absolutely beautiful brisk breeze this night and it made me feel really good. The trees are starting to look especially beautiful too, just because of the time of year. These didn't necessarily change colour too much, but there was something about having a mixture of ones with leaves on it and those without, or fern or whatever, that I found particularly attractive. The park lake where we were had a beautiful blue lake next to it. Now this meant that we had to be especially careful because sometimes people would go in the water, even at this time of the year when specifically they were instructed not to, they would still do it, and it become quite dangerous really, because all it takes is one wrong move and you can go in there for too long and not come out again. Hypothermia sets in a lot quicker than what people realise it does, so This is a specifically dangerous area, and I don't have a good feeling about being here for some reason. I can see that there's one small boat out there, but it's kind of drifting. I presume that somebody's left it there and forgotten about it, and it's just come off of the shoreline into the lake itself. I know for a fact that I'm absolutely not going to be able to get it right now. I don't want to take the boat out, and it's too dangerous because if I fall in, I'm really going to struggle to get myself back in time. I'd make a fire, yeah, but I don't want to set fire to the whole forest. One of our colleagues actually did this before, believe it or not. Rather than actually checking what they were doing was accurate and safe, they had in fact not done so whatsoever, and eventually ended up putting everybody's lives in danger here, which I think was a pretty crazy thing to do. We put out the fire quite quickly, but it could have easily spread into a huge one. It would have cost millions and millions of dollars for us to repair, but the toll on nature would have been far worse. So that wasn't necessarily my idea. I decided to call around to see if anybody else is there and try and figure out what everybody else is doing, but I don't get a reply, so I just assume that this might be empty. It might be my chance here. Now, I continue on and keep on getting more and more lost in my thoughts. It was kind of like a self-filling cycle where the more you do it, the worse it becomes, but it was really difficult for me to focus on anything else. I was actually quite annoyed. I just couldn't seem to get out of my head at all. It felt like I just had far too much work to do, and just people really making my life difficult. Also, there was some money I was owed on some online work I'd done, so I was pretty cheesed off about this. I mean, who isn't when they're owed money? So I continue onwards, and I can hear the breathing of animals around me. I don't know what animal that is, but I did realise that was a very strange thing to have. It's something that I haven't necessarily encountered. It sounded like there was maybe a dog breathing around me every so often, but it was weird. I thought maybe a dog got off or something, but God, I hated the idea of it. I love dogs and didn't want to know any were astray. I even stupidly start thinking maybe it's to do with the boat, and I keep trying to snap myself out of these weird spiraling thoughts, but I just can't seem to. It was like something took control of my mind. That's when I noticed something on the horizon. There are 3 plumes of smoke. I think, God, that's the last thing I want. The problem is, I'm on the opposite side of the lake at this point. Funnily enough, the boat seems to be drifting towards me. I know I promised to myself that I wasn't going to go out on it, but I just wasn't in the mood. I think I was just too tired, so I waited. From the looks of it, this isn't necessarily a dangerous fire. It's almost like somebody was putting up a smoke signal, which I think is really weird. Why would you be putting up a smoke signal here? This is not hundreds of years ago. We are well within the 20th century now, so what was happening? I do find it particularly odd though how that the boat is slowly drifting across to literally exactly where I am. I sarcastically say thank you when I realise it's not too far away. Now the boat itself actually looks quite old. It's like somebody's made this out of hand, maybe 10 years ago or so, where there's almost some kind of agent or patina of such on the wood. It looks like nobody's ever been in it. I put my hand towards it and I stop. I have a feeling I shouldn't be doing this. God, what am I thinking? The boat could easily sink and then I'm in trouble. So I get up and continue now on the perimeter. The other problem now is I can't be gone from the station for too long because, really, I should be checking in with other people to let me know if there's anything that I need to do and how I am too. But I didn't. So, instead, I just keep walking quicker. Now, I'm getting closer to where the fire is, or at least the smoke, and I realise that It seems to have gone out. Out of the 3 plumes, I can only see 2 now. I get closer and there's only 1. And eventually none at all. I'm certain there's people doing this now. I think they've seen me and put out their fires and went to hide off somewhere else, so I don't take too much notice now. Just continue walking down there. Now I get closer and closer, and then I find something especially strange. There seems to be no source of the smoke or fire whatsoever, which is pretty weird. I don't understand that. I was literally right next to it and now there seems to be nothing. I should at least have some signs of what this is, but I don't. I decide that we're going to have to send out a search at some point, because this is really dangerous. I don't want to be the one sleeping there when there's a huge fire. So I decide to turn away. I look for the boat and I presume that it's drifted off somewhere further, as I start making my way around the other side again. I thought maybe some people had some time off over the Halloween holidays and just wanted to enjoy themselves out here. I call out, "Hey, no camping." When I lock eyes with something, there seems to be an owl or something up in the trees. It doesn't look right though. This looks like an absolutely huge one. I can make out the beak and where the eyes are supposed to be, and now I hear rattling. I quickly look around to see if there's any snakes or anything, but I don't see any. That's bizarre. It sounded like there was a rattlesnake right next to me. I'm actually terrified of the things. There shouldn't be any out here, but I quickly turn back. Not that I wasn't brave enough to investigate what was possibly going on here. I mean, I absolutely wasn't, but I don't want to get caught up in some kind of rubbish like that. So I get back. I've actually got bit by a snake before and had to go hospital, and it was not a fun experience or one that I'd like to do again in the future. I start to sweat a little bit too, and something feels off. As I'm walking, I can hear some kind of whistle sound. It sounds almost like a human whistling to try and retrieve an animal, but every so often. I don't know where it's coming from too. At one point it sounded like it was coming from right next to my head, and at other times it sounds like it's much further away. But the sound was definitely following me. I catch my thoughts spiraling once again into I'm gonna get murdered out here and some rubbish like that, so I manage to snap myself out of it. I walk a bit further, then take a few seconds to take in the beautiful scenery around me. It looks really nice and I find that this calms me down a lot. I start focusing on the little things that I'm gonna do when I get back home, and again, I feel better now. As I was walking back, I couldn't stop thinking about how much time I felt like I'd wasted. I just felt like it was stupid to go out here. I was angry now because I decided to walk, but I actually felt worse for it. But I don't have too much time to dwell on it, and I'll eventually make it back in. I then hand over for the shift in the following morning. I don't mention anything to them, but the weird part's when I get home. Now, as I said, we're in the run up to Halloween, so you're kind of used to seeing different people dressed up and stuff. So I don't think much of what I see next. As I'm driving, something walks out into the road. Now, I'm on quite a long forest road here. I'm effectively in the middle of nowhere specifically, but you do get the odd car or two. What I see is something walk out, which is about 4.5 feet tall. It comes from the tree line, holds something up to me, then walks off, and I can see a smoke trail behind it. I then realise it's holding some kind of sage or something. Again, I think this is especially weird, but remind myself it's Halloween, so I don't think too much of it. I eventually get back home, unlock up and go inside my home. I didn't have my family there at the time, so it was a little bit lonelier than normal. That was fine. I'm used to these situations happening, but it wasn't necessarily fun. I grab a newspaper, make myself a decaf coffee and sit down to drink it. On my porch I get a really nice view into the woods. Now, as I'm sitting there drinking it, I have a strange smell. It's one that I haven't smelt for years and years, since I was about 14 doing my first job. The person who worked there had the little tiny incense things. I don't know what you call them, but the things on the stick you light. They smelled just like that. I actually go and check my toaster and everything just to make sure there's not a big fire which is about to engulf my house, so I'm not bothering to check. But there's nothing. I then light a candle to try and put out the smell. And I sit down going to read my newspaper and I start hearing the rattling sound once more. Okay, now this is quite scary. I'm actually worried myself and I'm sure I can hear breathing. I go and grab my knife. I didn't have a gun at this time. I didn't want to get into a melee battle with something, but I think there's someone on my property. Or a snake, which I'm also going to have to probably fight off. My hands are actually really sweaty. It's annoying because I have to keep wiping them trying to hold my knife, and I actually put it into the sleeve of my jumper. As I'm doing this, I notice someone walking past my house kind of staring in too. They looked especially weird. It's someone with a very long beard who kind of stops for a few seconds and keeps on walking. There was something about it I didn't like. He looks very old. He has quite dark skin. But as soon as he goes past, the rattling sound seems to stop. Now, I don't know what to make of this again. And I decide to call the police now. Something was really off about this situation and I couldn't necessarily put my finger on why it was all happening. So I wait for the cops to show up, which was late as anything. I'm actually tempted to call them to come back the following day because I can't be bothered, but eventually they arrive. I remembered looking at my watch and realising that the time had stopped on it, which is also bizarre. I just got this one. The cops come up and they're like, yeah, it's just, it's Halloween, man, it's just people playing around. I then go to explain what my profession is and the fact that I'm very used to dealing with weird situations like this, but they just kind of slide it off as in, oh no, don't worry man, just long hours, I get the same thing. I ended up inviting them in to have some coffee. It's just because I wanted some company really, but I do think this is especially strange. I say that no, something's wrong. I think someone's following me. And did you see the guy out here? He says no. He says that he's going to have a loop round before he gets back. We say our goodbyes and off he went. But I decide to look out the window. And what do you know? He does one turn to the right and goes off. Great, he hasn't done it. That doesn't mean I can't do it myself though. I have my flashlight. And I go outside holding the knife. I'm kind of holding it in a way where I'm seeing in front of myself, I can kind of punch out with it. It's probably really not a good idea because I'm pretty stupid and clumsy with these things, but it felt like the right thing to do. Now I have a good look round, and I do notice there's something especially weird. I can hear my name being called from one other side of the forest. Of course it's on the side that has no lights and I can't see into. It sounds like somebody very slowly saying Will. Will. At first I think maybe it's a wind, but I'm not sure. Then I think I hear somebody saying help me, and then my name. I think that I just need a good night's sleep. I shine my torch into the forest and I can't see anything. I turned it off for a little bit just to try and get a better view of things with my night eyes, but I can't see a thing. So I go back. I say, man, I've got to get out of this. I'll need a good night's sleep and a rest. Then I angrily check my emails, and once again they haven't approved my time off, which is getting ridiculous now. You'd think in a job like this they'd actually value you getting a good night's sleep and your well-being, but no, not at all. They absolutely do not care here, it turns out, but that's a battle for another time. So I call in for the night and wake up and start driving to my work for the next day. Now I'm driving on that road again and I stop for a little while. I look around trying to see where the person could have come or went to, but again, I can't see anybody. I think once more that this is bizarre. There must have been somewhere that they went. There's no way that they could appear in the road like that, then just vanish literally into nowhere. I know this is especially weird because why on earth would anybody be out here and just stop like that? Obviously they were trying to scare me, but why? That's the part that's bothering me. I get in my car again, turn on the engine, and for a fraction of a second, I can see something. It's sat in the backseat of my car staring at me. I turn around very quickly. Now this all literally happens in probably a few milliseconds, and it's gone. Whatever that thing is, it's almost just vanished as though it wasn't there. I just can't figure out what's going on. It was like somebody was sat in my car, but I wish I could give you more details, but I was so scared that I was hardly able to bring myself to look back. This all happened so quickly. I don't know what it is. I drive and shake my head, watching as my mile counter ticks over. I try and break it down and think, well, every mile that I go, I'm getting closer to my time off. But I didn't think it would have this kind of effect on me. Never had it before. As I'm driving too, I notice something else up ahead. I see more figures dressed in black. I slam on the brakes and my hands are shaky. They then turn and I realise that they're young children in Halloween outfits. And I snap myself out of it. I say, come on, get a grip. Get a hold of yourself. You're a ranger. It's Halloween. Just relax. I'm actually annoyed at how shaken up I become from this, and I start to become a bit more fearless. I mean, it was a beautiful time of year. Actually one of my favourites, to be honest. Now I make it back in, and I say hey to everyone. That's when one of them looks at me, and they appear almost white. I say, hey, what's wrong? He says, I heard something, man, last night. I say, what did you hear? He says, well, I heard somebody calling my name, and it sounded like you. I say, that's impossible, I was at home. He says, I know. I don't think the other guys are going to believe me on this one, but it's like you were injured out there trying to call out for help. I say that I heard something too, and so I thought I heard my name being called last night. I tell him I can't be sure because how quiet it was, but I definitely heard it. He then tells me, be careful out there, and slaps me on my shoulder and hands me some jade. I say, what's this? He said that it's from his family and it keeps you safe in times of danger. I say thank you and say that I'm going to return it to him as soon as I get the chance. So I turn back around and get ready for my shift. I'm not feeling good though at all. Now, I know something's way off here. But again, I've got my job to do, and it's not a fun one. I'm gonna have to go around to where I did before, and then suddenly realise that I completely forgot to mention about the boat on the lake. I'm actually worried a bit because we do need to report these things and it could be a big danger for others. I'm not so afraid though when I realise that one of my colleagues is actually about to do the patrols with me. I calm down quite a lot, and we both head out there. This is someone who's been doing the job for not too long, but they're very confident, which is probably what I needed. We start talking about all kinds of things, and he says that his kids love Halloween, and how they've been making pumpkin cakes and lattes. After not too long, I actually completely forget about my fear, and I'm feeling happy really. I was actually going to get some Halloween style cakes later on, and I was excited for that. We actually live near a store where you can get really good Halloween gear, and I always get something, even if it's just small, kind of like for a treat for myself. So I'm feeling okay now. As we head out though, I realise that my colleague keeps on looking over his shoulder. I say what's wrong, and he says, nothing. I just keep thinking that I can see something. I ask him to elaborate, but he can never give me much details. He then says it's almost like somebody or something is just staring at me, but he can never explain exactly why or how. So I think, okay, that's weird, but I don't know. I can't explain it. So he says, don't worry, man, let's just keep going. And his tone suddenly changes. I say, hey, bud, what's that? He then says to me, what do you mean? I say, what's that up there? Is that another person? And I lock eyes with something very tall, slowly going behind a tree. I can only describe it as kind of looking like a tall figure, but with an animal's head. I can barely see it through the tree line. I didn't have my far sight glasses on at this point. My buddy saw it too. He tells me to get back. He says, I don't know what that thing is, but we're not going up there. I agree. We think maybe somebody's put something up for Halloween, or jettisoned some gear for it, but it just seems so unlikely. And I'm tired of using it as an excuse to rationalize all these strange things happening. So we start walking back quickly. Now we're both quite worried at this point. Luckily he had some time in the military so he could keep up an insane pace. But it almost felt like no matter how far that we actually walked, we didn't necessarily make progress. I think it's kind of like, you know, when you have a terrible, terrible dream and your body doesn't work properly if there's danger. It's basically exactly like that. So all we can do now is just keep trying to progress at the best pace possible. Now it doesn't take too long before we get back, and we decide that we're not going to go out there for a while. Luckily we do have cameras covering quite a lot of this place. Unfortunately, as you can imagine, the cameras didn't actually cover the area that we went to. I mean, this place is huge and you couldn't expect it to, but it was annoying. But it was almost like this thing knew how to stay out of sight, whatever it is. So yeah, we're both pretty freaked out now, and I can't stop scanning the cameras. I actually scanned myself a couple of times where that I think my brain was trying to fill in the gaps or something, and nothing was there. But that's okay. I feel a lot safer doing it behind a screen. Now, as night falls, I'm unfortunately the good old guy that has to stay there. It's now leading closer and closer to Halloween though, so at least I have some scary movies to watch. I know that's not a good idea, to be honest, and I don't actually know specifically why I decided to do that, but it's almost like a routine for me. So I now say goodbye to the other colleague as he goes home, back to the bunker and safety of his house. I'm here in this wooden building which probably wouldn't hold back anything, let alone a monster that might be out there. But I put on a Halloween film and I start to relax. I really like to watch some of the classics and I decide to watch Frankenstein. I feel pretty good and I actually have the song quite loud. I can in fact still hear the radio if I need to, so there's nothing to worry about. I do hear a knocking on the window though. I think, oh, they've come to relieve me. I get up and I can't see anyone there. I quickly have a scan round on the cameras and I notice I can't see any cars or anything. Not to worry. I now begin to open the door, but I realise nobody's out here. I think maybe it's just on the TV, so I go and turn the volume down and just start laying there. I'm leaning back in my seat, just kind of thinking about my life now and everything related to it. And that's when I hear it again. This time it made me jump. Now I can't be certain about this next part because I was kind of in a daze, but I'm sure for a second I saw a face in the window. Impossible, I think. And ended up sleeping for a while. Now I don't actually tell anybody that I did this at work because you're really not supposed to. But I think I was just exhausted and drained from it all. I wake up at sunrise and to Halloween, and I feel alright about things. Now, I go and say goodbye to some of my colleagues who have now arrived. They say, did anything weird happen? And I say, no, it was pretty cool. Just the usual. I'm not actually sure why I did this. It probably would have been a good idea for me to tell them that, yeah, there's something crazy going on out there. You've got to really watch yourselves, but I didn't. So I decide just to go back home. I get in my car and I feel pretty good. I drive to a gas station which has a cafe, and I go to get a pumpkin spice latte, which again is something I love to have during Halloween times. There's all kinds of trick-or-treaters out too. They do it quite early in my state, so I think this is really cool. I don't know why, there's almost like a magic to it for me. I'm feeling pretty good, but very sleep deprived. I'm also a bit annoyed because I probably threw off my entire sleeping pattern now from doing that. But it's okay. So I eventually get back home. My brother's actually here now with his partner, which is pretty cool. They actually live quite a far away from here, but they pass through when they're going to college. And it's always nice to say hey to them and see how they're doing with their lives. So I'm here for a little bit with them, and we decide to continue. Now we keep on watching some scary films, and we go out together for a walk. We go quite a long way and actually come to some of the other houses. You can see all kinds of different people doing trick-or-treating and whatnot. And eventually we decide to head back. My brother says, oh god, well, do you see that costume? It was one really good one. They look like they might be older on stilts or something, but someone had something really tall dressed up. I say, what do you mean? He says, don't know man, they went into the woods, but it looked cool. I didn't ask much more about it. The tone of my brother's voice wasn't a need to raise any kind of fear at the time, so I don't. But I start to feel sick though. Now it's kind of like the feeling as if you got some kind of like unclean surfaces around you, and you kind of have like the lump in your throat, like you're struggling to hold things down. So we eventually get back now, and life's pretty good. We're happily watching things, and I ended up falling asleep on the chair, and my brother and his girlfriend go to the spare room. I'm awoken in the night by something knocking on the door. I grab my bowl of candy and say hey, very deliriously, opening the door. I wait for a few seconds and wipe my eyes. I expected to feel the weight drop from the candy bowl as some happy trick-or-treaters fill their eyes with the candy and later their stomachs. But this doesn't happen. I look around again, and I think this is weird. There's no one here. Maybe I've imagined it. So I close the door behind me, turn around and go to sit down. After doing so, it happens again, this time loud enough to actually make me jump. I quickly get up now and decide that I need to investigate this. There was definitely something off with the way that this happened. It was too loud and hostile to be anything normal. I start to think, well, maybe it's my brother. I go to look where they're staying, but I can't see anyone. So I know that that's bizarre. As I get up, I then see my brother crouching down looking out a window. What's wrong, man? He says, did you hear that? I say, what? I swear I just heard my girlfriend and her name calling out from the woods. I even believed it myself. He said he got up to go to the bathroom when he heard it. He can hear this from the open, but he can't figure out exactly where it's coming from. He said he went to check, and that's when he realised she's asleep, so he knows that something is definitely wrong here. And that's when his fear sets in. I say, what next? He says, well, I saw you, idiot. And then I think, this is really weird. I then say, did you hear the knocking? And he says no. How he didn't hear the knocking, I'll never know, because it felt like it could have shook the house down. We decide that it's the best time that we investigate. Now my brother says that he's going to check around out the windows, and I say that, yeah, I'm going to go outside. I don't know why I actually agreed to this, because it meant my brother was in the safety of the house and I just went outside, but I guess it's my house and I know the area well, so I head outside to see what I could. I've got my flashlight on and some warm clothes now. I was actually so tired that I didn't think to bring a weapon, which I regretted. I thought I could probably turn off the torch and quickly hit someone on the head, but thinking of it now, that probably wouldn't have worked, but it helped me anyway. So I turn off the torch a few times to try and let my night eyes set in and not give away my position when I see something. Up ahead, I see the silhouette of something standing there. This thing is very tall and slender. Now, I only saw this for about 2 seconds as I turned and screamed, running in the opposite direction. I look over my shoulder and I can see it walking slowly towards me with a limp. I scream my brother's name and say, "Help, what the hell's that?" I run in and slam the door. My brother starts screaming too, and subsequently his girlfriend as he spots it. Now we quickly lock all of the doors and windows, and I go and get some knives and give one to my brother. We think maybe it's possibly a trick-or-treater, but we realise quickly it's not, as it slowly goes towards the forest. This thing almost walks like it's on stilts or stick legs or something. It's like it was made out of dark drapes or something. It slowly goes towards the tree line. He says, that's it. I say, what, tell me, thinking he knows and he's gonna have a rational explanation. He says, the thing, that's where it come from, the voice, my girlfriend. We then looked at each other really confused, and we stare and waited. 1 minute passes, then 2 minutes, then 3 minutes, then 4. And we realised that, well, we probably should have checked the other side. And now I look on the other side of the window. Furthermore, I'm terribly paranoid now. What was that thing? I just don't know. I actually have so much energy now that I don't feel tired whatsoever. I actually went to make my brother some coffee so that way we can actually stay awake and figure out what on earth is happening. After a little bit of time, we realised that we're not necessarily in danger now, and that's a nice feeling. But it doesn't last for too long. We eventually decide that we need to go back and figure out what this thing is. So as soon as day breaks, we head out. Now we're not really able to see anything though. We have a look, eventually bravely going towards the tree line where we saw this thing, but there's nothing there. So that's actually really annoying. I wanted an explanation for this. Actually, all we saw was some trick-or-treaters getting it in the next day, which I thought was quite funny, but none of them actually come here. Now, me and my brother racked our brains for probably the next 2 or 3 hours trying to figure out what we've just seen, but neither of us are able to come up with any kind of logical or rational explanation as to what it could have possibly been. Whatever this is seems to go against everything normal or that we're aware of, but I don't like that it called out my brother's name and that I was hearing this before. Now I have the rest of the day off, and my brother and his girlfriend offered me to go with them, but I say sorry, I can't, I've got my work soon. And dishearteningly, I decide that I have to just go in to work. I really don't want to. I would have paid $5,000 to not have to go in that day. It really felt like it. I actually didn't have that much saved, but I would have given it, honestly, or whatever I had in my bank account then. I get into work and I'm met by police there, which is very weird. I get a feeling in my stomach thinking, oh no, we've probably found a body or something, and I get a little paranoid. I then go and ask what happened, and one of my colleagues come and say, hey, did you hear what happened to Bill? I say, no, what happened? Oh god, how is he? He says, no, he's fine. He just broke his leg. I say, what do you mean? And he tells me that when he was on the night shift there, he heard somebody calling his name. He said that he couldn't figure out exactly who it was, but it kept saying that I need help up here. He said he followed it, but he was so caught up in this that he didn't actually take a second to look at his surroundings, and eventually he made it over a ridgeline and felt something sharp in his back. I say, what? He says it felt like something stabbed him. He then feels a force push him down, and he falls a long way. He fell from his radio too, so we didn't know any of this was going on. I say, God, is he definitely alive? They say, yeah. And they eventually find him out there and hear him whimpering. When they found him, he's fractured his leg, and he's got all kinds of cuts, but 3 very distinct gashes in his back, which he had to stop bleeding. Eventually they're able to get the medics out there to support him and take him away, and now he's being treated for it at the local hospital. I say I can't do this, and I actually give in my working notice right then and there. They say they understand. They didn't ask me for any more details. I was able to leave, and it was just due to psychological shock is what they had on paper. I remember driving back to my home and not knowing what to make of all of this. I decided that the safest thing that I can do now is move back to my parents' house. Well, I actually ended up going to my grandma's, but I did that for 6 months before moving. Even when the house was for sale, I refused to live there. Even to this day, it still really gives me nightmares. Every Halloween it comes straight back to the front of my mind. This experience happened to me quite a number of years ago while driving home from work. I worked as a forest service worker. Not a park ranger, but basically the same kind of job. Although the difference is that with mine, I'd kind of signpost people to go to different locations at the park. Now the job wasn't really that difficult in honesty. Usually you just help out friendly tourists who come from North America and just show them around. So I was pretty relaxed usually. In the parks that we covered, the only real danger was the weather. Especially if you come from somewhere that doesn't necessarily have bad weather, it can be a really big shock to your system to have such bad weather storms as we do here. Before I get to the main body, I'd like to give you some of the background to what happened that day. So I only had to work for a couple of hours, which I was really happy about. It turned out that I'd accidentally done the prior day's task in advance for now, so I was happy not having to do so much. I basically just went near the body of water that we have. It was quite frozen over now, but still looked really nice, and I'd just sit up on the rock and stare out. I don't really know why I'd do this. I just found that from staring up on my big rock, I really found some kind of zen state that I couldn't find from other methods. So it was definitely my happy place. I remembered that while being here, everything felt pretty good. Nothing was wrong. I was aware of how cold it was, but to be honest, I couldn't feel it at all because of the coat that I was wearing, so that was another pretty positive thing of the whole experience. So yeah, things were going pretty well for me. I wasn't that long away from having a career change though. My plan was to really enjoy my last few days before the change actually come, so that's what I was trying my best to do. I made some great friends here as well, so everything was lovely, truthfully. So I decided that it's time to head back now. Again, I'm feeling really happy, nothing's wrong. The sun was actually shining quite bright in the sky at this point, so it made everything feel especially warm and lovely. And that was definitely welcome. It was actually causing some of the snow to melt, which is a good thing, because I had quite a long way to drive back home. Around then I hadn't moved out with my partner, so I was just living with my parents. The only problem is, my parents live quite a long way from where my work actually was, but it didn't matter too much. With all this in mind, I decided that I should get some nice snacks and a hot drink for the drive. It's going to be a really comforting thing, especially because it's going to get colder the more dark it is when I drive out. So I get up onto the little bridge where there was actually a stream still flowing. It wasn't cold enough for this to freeze up, and obviously you have the water moving, so it's a lot more difficult. When I'm doing this, I have a feeling in my gut that something's just not right. At first, I presume that there's other people here and maybe they're potentially dangerous, so I don't stay up on the bridge for too long. I just take a nice look at my surroundings and decide that, yeah, it's time that I get a move on now. Who knows what's out here? Maybe it's a big animal or something. I've had a few encounters with larger animals before where that I actually feel pretty bad and then I see one, so I was worried. In my part of Europe too, you're not actually allowed to have any real weapons, so you kind of on your own if there's an attack and you don't want to be on the other end of one. So putting this aside, I go into my car, start up the engine and really look forward to my drive. I really like driving, especially at night. Again, this might be foreign to people living in the built-up cities, but honestly, we have lots of land and nice long roads that you can drive in, so you never really feel like you're out of place when you're doing so. So it's truthfully something that I'll never take for granted, and even now I still don't. So I get my hot chocolate ready and a few of the snacks that I have and start drinking. It actually got so cold so quick, it was honestly ridiculous, but I still enjoyed it. So I'm driving on the first part of the journey and say goodbye to everyone as I pull out. That's good. There's no other cars other than our own ones, so it should be pretty plain sailing from here, I think. It makes me start to think that maybe it was some kind of animal that I heard that made me fall off, and like something was wrong. But I don't know, I can't be certain as I didn't see anything. My mind is on the future, and a part of me is kind of sad that I know that I'm not going to be doing this job for too much longer. So eventually, I pull onto the main road and it's basically more forest from here. There was something really beautiful about our nature. Again, I don't know, it's just very much like out of a film. The trees are wonderful, the snow makes everything look beautiful, and the snow caps a lot of the mountains and the large hills around, so that looks especially cool. Sometimes I actually have to be careful driving that I don't go into things because I'm not concentrating. Now, as I'm driving up ahead, the police actually stopped me for a while. I asked them what they're doing and why they had to stop me, but they never really explained, saying, well, we can't reveal much to you. We're just doing a general search. I say, okay, cool. And they search all around my car. I remember thinking, like, I just wish they'd hurry up because it's getting really cold now, and I don't want to let out all of the hot air. I decide just to stand on the road for a bit, and I can see that there's no other cars coming the way that I'm going. I try and have a look around to figure out why I'm not allowed up there. I ask again, but furthermore, they don't let me up there, so I think, well, okay, whatever. I was actually a little bit annoyed at this, but I decide just to put my anger to the side for a while, and just appreciate more of the moment being outside. They keep asking for documents, which obviously I'm not going to have on me at that time. It's kind of to a ridiculous extent. I mean, God, they wanted everything off of me. I gave them my license, even my passport which I had on me, but apparently they wanted even more. The weirdest request was a birth certificate, and I told him, look mate, I don't have a birth certificate. Of course I'm not going to have that on me. Why would you ask for that? And he keeps on prodding and prodding. He then says that he has to take my name as suspicious for failing to provide adequate documentation, which is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I tell him I can literally drive him to my house to avoid all of this. Oh God, what if my parents find out? They're not going to believe me. I keep thinking. All of this rushes through my head as he says, well, sorry, I've got to do what I've got to do. I then have to wait in my car for what feels like an eternity. It starts warming up again though, which is a good thing, but I was really annoyed. I also basically felt like some kind of caged animal just sitting there waiting, like I'd done something really terribly wrong, but of course I'd done literally nothing. It was just the circumstances of which had presented themselves to me, which I really didn't want to. I just wanted to get home and relax now. I was really tired. Then eventually, the cop says, "Yeah, you're free to go." I say great and close the door really quickly. And then he looks at me like I was trying something and I didn't even bother making eye contact. I just go to start my car up and nothing happens. I hit the wheel and try again, and finally I get it. I think it was so cold that it couldn't actually work properly, but eventually I'm able to get it on its way and I head off. Why on earth did that guy stop me? Why was he so bad to me? I keep thinking over and over again. I scrunched up the ticket and I threw it on the floor, the one that he gave me. I know this probably isn't a good idea, but I was just angry. Like, I just didn't care. I thought, what, is this going to go against me? And I started to lend quickly to overthinking. Maybe I'm not going to get a job now, and I think of all rubbish like that obviously isn't true, but I guess it was a heated moment for me. So I continue driving, and after not long I forget about everything. I quickly drink the rest of the hot chocolate like it's water because of how cold it's become now, and I keep going. That's when, what do you know, another cop decides to show up to ruin my day. This time, I can't see the car or anything, I can just see the cop up there. He's completely covered up though, but he definitely has a police uniform on. I decided that this is basically the last time that I'm going to stop for one of these guys. If this happens again, I'm going to keep going. I ended up slamming on the brakes though, and I stalled my car a few times, and I'm trying to get it working again. But something felt different the way he just stood there. He was waving at me very slowly, and I couldn't see all of what was behind him. It looked like he was holding his back in pain, and I think something's odd about this. I decide just to put the full beams on, try and see him better, but I can't. He's even wearing sunglasses. He's about 5'10" or so, looks relatively normal, but something just felt off. You know how sometimes with your body, you can read the energy of a situation? Well, it was one of those moments, and I really truly trust my gut when they happen. So yeah, I think something's odd, and I decide to just slowly edge up towards him. I remember that I'm in my car, and I can just drive off quite quickly if I need to. Now, I actually put my clutch up quite high. If you're in America, you might not know, but that's basically what we have in most European manual cars. By doing this, I'm actually in a position where I can basically just floor it really easily if I need. So I do so, and just as I get close enough, he turns away, almost like it's out of sight. I almost stop for a second, then thud. Something hits really hard onto my car. For a second, I thought I'd run him over, but that defies the laws of physics. I instead step on the gas and go, go, go. I almost got off the side of the road, I was going so quickly. I glanced up quickly to see what he was doing, and that's when I realised that he has an actual axe in his hand, and there's something on the end of it. I then hear a scream sound too. I can't hear it too well over my tyres, but I definitely heard it. I drive like I've never drove in my life before. I literally almost end up going off of the road quite a few times because of how I was going, and I tell myself, stop, 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 calm down, I'm gonna crash. Now I then realise that my fuel's gone down quite a lot too. It doesn't take long and I'm able to get to a petrol station. I then inspect my car, and there are multiple gashes that I didn't realise. One straight over my fuel tank, and they're big. I think, my god, this is like something that you never see before. And I quickly make a call to my parents. They're obviously extremely worried, and my dad actually called the cops for me. And I wait there. My mum and dad want to stay on the line, but I don't have much cell service and the line's shaky. I also need to have enough to contact the police again if I need to. I go in the gas station and explain to the store owner that I've had to call the law enforcement for something, and kindly he makes me a tea. So I sit down and start drinking this. Now it doesn't take long before the cops show up, and they inspect my car. They apologise for the damage. Annoyingly, the insurance company can't actually cover this because how am I going to prove what happened? I realise this and get annoyed. The cop senses my anger and says, "Son, don't be so angry." He then goes on to explain that apparently there's somebody on the loose there which has been attacking and even killing people using an axe, pretending to be either a medic or a law enforcement or some other kind of emergency service person. They then want to know exactly where I saw him, and I then explain. This makes my whole body go cold as I realise that in that moment I probably had just escaped my first life or death situation without realising it. I'd gone to one particular area that I love to go fishing in a number of times, and I was planning on spending the week up in an isolated cabin. Now, to get to the cabin, you actually had to walk or really trek for miles and miles in snowshoes. During such, it was quite bright during the day and could actually get quite hot, so I had to wear some sunglasses just to stop my eyes burning from the light reflecting. I also brought lots of water because I'd get lots of headaches otherwise. Anyway, the first couple of days on the trip go perfectly normal and I'm having a great time there. Now, when I set in for the third night, I'm awoken by a loud knocking on the door. I think this is really odd because literally no one's out here. Now, I know something's wrong and I go to investigate. I can see quite clearly out of the windows and I don't see anyone at all. Strangely, this made me feel very calm and a little bit slow, if that makes sense. Kind of reminded me of how far away I am from everyone else. I don't think much of it and decide that I need to go back to bed. I do so and all is normal. I'm now coming into the fourth night. I'm heading back from another fishing trip and I feel pretty calm and relaxed. I'm actually very peaceful at this particular moment and happy to be going back and starting my meal. I'm going to be eating one of the fish that I've captured and I think this is really cool. As I'm doing so, I can hear a loud knock on the door once again. Confused, I go out and grab my knife and go to open the door. I open the door and find no one. But just off, over in the horizon, I can see a tall figure standing there looming. It's very shadowy and hard to see because some snow's picked up, but this is weird. I shout out, "Hey, do you need help?" And the only way I can describe this is that it seemingly melts into the floor. Not like it walks off, it just seems to slowly go down to where I can't see it. I call out to this person again or whatever it is, and again get no reply. The silence becomes deafening and I'm struck with fear now. Then something else is odd. I can't really see any tracks around. I decide to close the door and quickly go out to try and help in case somebody's lost. I realise that it's not likely and improbable, but I guess that's from being a ranger that makes you want to go and investigate and try and help. I head over quickly to the exact spot where this person appeared to be, but I can't find anything. Surely the isolation has really started to get to me. I decide the best thing I can do now is just head back and try and think of home. Now, I've really struggled to fall asleep at night and I've truly tried my best, but something just felt completely off about this encounter. Now, in the early hours of the fifth day, I'm woken up again by a strange knocking. I'm actually pretty irritated and I grab the knife and repeat the procedure. Just as I'm one step from opening the door handle, I hear knocking again on the opposite side of the cabin. Now I know I'm alone out here and nobody should be around me, and I can feel the muscles becoming tight on my back, like my body's getting prepared for something to come and attack me. I can actually feel my blood pulsating a little bit, which isn't a nice feeling, and it travels up to the top of my neck and my arms. You know when you just get into a heightened state, almost like you know something's there and you're trying your best to stay calm. I then go to investigate the other side of the cabin and I can't get rid of this strange warm feeling on my body. I go to shout but quickly stop myself, realizing silence is the best thing now and I really need to be observant to figure out what the heck is going on. And immediately it stops. I then hear it from the other side of the cabin and realize something's wrong. Suddenly the wind's picked up and there's knocking on all sides of the cabin. It sounded like lots of people throwing hard cups at the sides of the cabin constantly, and I almost feel like the whole thing's gonna come down. I go back and sit in the middle of the bed with the knife drawn, not knowing what to do. I can just about see out the windows and no one's there. I ended up covering my ears, closing my eyes, waiting for it to stop. And suddenly it does, almost like I've willed it away. I become very angry suddenly and don't want to be scared and quickly throw the door open and scream, "Hey, whoever's there needs to stop." I rush outside with the knife, ready to have a big fight to the death with God knows what, but there's nothing there. I quickly sprint to one side of the cabin and I find nothing. I then trace my steps and run in a circle and I can't find anything. I then look up expecting to see some kind of rock or at least snow in the ground from where somebody's threw stuff like ice or whatever at the cabin, but there's nothing. Then I can see it. There's tracks leading up to the front of the cabin. Yes, I've got them. I'm very angry and with the adrenaline surging in my body, I sprint towards the tracks, running in the direction that I saw the figure yesterday. I follow these for a good minute until, suddenly, they stop. The steps completely vanish out of nowhere. I look to the left and right and can't see any tracks whatsoever. I then look around and I can't find anyone. This is very bizarre because I know for a fact that I should have encountered somebody by now. Even if it's just an animal, there should be something, but there's nothing. I start to grow more and more irritated until I take a closer inspection of the tracks. They kind of look almost too big to be a person's, but clearly not a bear because there's not any paw prints. I take a while to try and figure out what these are, but I really can't. They're basically large masses in the snow with kind of points at the end. But clearly it's not a hoof, but God knows what it is. I realise now that I should really cut the trip short, but I don't have a choice other than to go and sleep for a bit, then continue in the morning home. And I don't want to get a reputation for being somebody who's scared of things that might not even be there. So I sprint back into the cabin, I barricade the door and bedroom and fall asleep again. I wake up in the morning and everything seems to be normal. And for the first few minutes, I actually forget about what's happened and I go about my way. It's only when I pack up and start heading out that I realise what happened was really bizarre. I have everything together and I can't see the tracks from before now because more snow is set, only my own new ones. I go to take a look at the cabin and I can just about make out a figure again. This time just off to the side of the cabin. Just like before. Just before fear sets in, I noticed another one to the side of it, then one other just to the right and in the far distance, almost filming a circle around the cabin. I realise something's very off and I grip my knife very tightly. I sprint hike basically the whole way back to where my truck is, and I then start the long drive back home. Even in this very moment now where I'm writing out my experience for you all, I still don't know what happened that day. It did put me off doing any kind of hiking or exploring or going out to cabins, though I have since returned to camping trips with groups of friends, but I've never went out alone again and I don't think I ever will. I'm certainly never going back to that cabin. My mum has many interesting stories about the little house she raised her half-sister in back in the 90s, but this one has definitely puzzled me. She said it was around the same time she met my dad, and like any other summer night, they usually kept the windows open for air. They had one big window in the living room facing the front yard outside. She said my dad had heard something in the bushes that sit right under the window. They both looked in that direction, but the living room lights are on, so you can't really see the screen. She said it got pretty loud and eventually made out a flapping sound, maybe a bird. But the sound got a lot heavier, like there was something huge trying to fly away. She said they could both hear thick wings like a bat but can't see anything. They're both too scared to turn the light or go outside, but it eventually stopped. Never heard anything like it since. They live/still live in the Indiana area, so there aren't many huge birds or animals up there that could have made it. A bit Pacific and eerie to make up, I think, but very weird. Our home sits on the edge of 200 acres of woods with well-established trails running through. I've been exploring back there for 6 years now and know the trails very well. Yesterday, early in the evening, I went back with my dog and headed down with our most well-travelled path. There was absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. I was just watching the deer and eating wild blackberries. This is something I've done before. I come to a familiar clearing where some equipment owned by the gas company is, and I suddenly felt disorientated, almost dizzy. I was just standing there looking around at the clearing and the trails, which look both familiar and strange simultaneously. Then I noticed what appears to be a house down the trail to my left. There shouldn't be any houses there and I felt scared. But I walked that way anyway. I know, not smart. I got down the trail and realized it was my son's elementary school, which does border the woods but not on the side and not where I am. I was genuinely scared at this point and kept looking around, wondering what the hell happened. How did I get so disorientated and manage to turn around so quick? I got home fine and nothing else really scary happened, but I just cannot wrap my mind around what happened. In January of 2020, my brother, fiance, kid and I decided to go backpacking in southern Indiana. We stayed at a shelter that is close to the Ohio River. At about 1 p.m, my brother and my kid were asleep and my fiance and I were out by the fire just talking. My fiance got scared and pointed to multiple lights in the woods. It looked as though there's 5 to 10 people out there with flashlights coming towards us. I go and get my brother up so he can see and get his gun if needed, but before I get him up, one by one, the lights started to disappear. We spoke with him about it the following morning and he said it was probably just lights from the boats and reflections. Then the next night, we waited for boats to pass by again, and none of them made the same light as the one before. And we knew we saw the lights then, and it seemed too far away from the river to be redirected into the woods or to reflect like that. Then, around 5 or 5:30 in the morning of the third day, while I was laying there in the shelter and everyone else was asleep, I was awoken by the sound of people whispering. Then I saw a shadow or something through the cracks of the shelter. I poked my head around expecting to see someone, but literally no one was there. We've been back to that exact spot multiple times since and haven't experienced anything like it since. I used to live in Wells, Nevada, a tiny town, really. The only thing to do is go backpacking and hunt most of the time. It was usually great, however, one particular trip stands out to me. I was a naught but a wee lad, at the tender age of 14 when my father decides to take me on a trip to Jarbridge. It's an absolutely beautiful area and the trip is absolutely stunning, with lots of abandoned buildings to check out and things to explore. Tons of stuff to do. Anyhow, We drove out and decided to explore this building that obviously has been abandoned long ago. I had a 12 gauge with me as well as my 44 strapped to my hip, just because I'm from a gun savvy family, I suppose. This is important for the next part. We walk up to the door to the place where I heard something incredibly odd. It sounded like somebody was sawing on something like a piece of wood. I tugged at my dad and told him what I heard, but he just shrugs it off. Just after I told him, a voice came from inside telling us to come in. It was obviously from an older gentleman, but nevertheless made us jump. My father is extremely outgoing, however, and decides to go in despite my repeated attempts at doing the exact opposite. So when we went in, the first thing the man says is, "You ain't gonna shoot me with that, are you now, son?" I quickly shook my head no and gave a gentle laugh. I thought he was joking. My father introduces himself and I, as well as my younger brother. The man then introduces himself. He immediately says he's 127 but couldn't have been more than 80, and that he'd been raised around here, which is as follows. And I can remember roughly how the conversation went, saying, "Well, I was born here in this hometown with my siblings because my father had gone out and froze himself to death in the harsh winters we got around here. It ain't that long after I was born, I followed in his footsteps and tried crawling out into the snow. I about froze to death, but Ma saved me by finding me out there in the snow, dragging me inside, but she froze to death herself doing it. Did you bring any potatoes? I'll tell ya. I was in Ireland during the famine. I could really use some potatoes. In fact, my cousin served in World War II, but was killed and reincarnated as my brother. Anyway, I used to work down in Las Vegas. I built over 1,000 motels and homes. I built this place here too, actually. I also helped build the Notre Dame, as I'm very religious, but god damn it, somebody stole the doors right off the place." Now at this point, as he looked at me and said again, "Are you gonna shoot me, boy?" I said no, and put my gun near the door to put him at ease. At this point, I can see behind him, and I can see a table that's laid out with perfect china and proper silverware for four, the exact number of us there. I returned to my seat, had an incredibly uneasy feeling I've never felt before or since, because it was disturbing. I started telling my dad that we had to go, but before I could finish, we heard the sound of tires coming down the road. The old man leapt to his feet, immediately disturbed. "What? Who? Why is someone here? No one's supposed to be here." He began walking towards the door, which is where I'd set my shotgun down. My dad also jumped up and we quickly left. I'd never felt so disturbed in my life. We let the other folks who'd pulled up to the property know about it, saying it's really not wise to go in there. And we jumped in the truck and left. When we got home, of course, I told everyone about it. A buddy did a bit of research and I found out that Pruti's where a local family came with a long history of having issues. And this person was real, but however, had an obituary from 5 years prior to us meeting him. Now I don't know if it was the same individual, but my god was it scary. The weirdest one that I had was while hiking with my brother, and we stumbled upon a grow up on the side of a hill in the middle of nowhere. It wasn't too far from a small community, but it was a few miles up a steep creek bed. We had taken a rugged logging road to get there and then hiked along a very rough trail we found. There was probably 50 very healthy marijuana plants there. It was on Crown public land, so we weren't allowed to hike there, but we sure didn't hang around to find out whose it was. Another time we're hiking to the top of a mountain, looking for interesting rocks. The mountains were known to the local natives as a spiritual site, and there was definitely the sense of otherworldliness in the air. Now evening was coming, so we were heading back to my car. We found a car inn made of rocks balanced together. As we started to approach it, there was something bright orange in the space formed between the leaning rocks, right in the center of the configuration. It looked like something man-made and was jarringly out of place in this very isolated setting. When we got near it, we realized the bright orange was the last tiny drop of sunlight. Literally everywhere else is shadowy, that had somehow fallen right into the center of it for us to find out. It was bright orange because it was late summer and there was lots of wildfires in the area. Of course, it was just a coincidence, but it seems like more than that. And this reminds me of another one. We were driving down to a remote mountain road after a day of fishing. It was dark and suddenly we come across a mysterious cloud of smoke enveloping the road. We couldn't see the source of it and we were at least 15 miles away from any houses. We stopped the car and when we walked back up to the road we could see a bit, and about 50 feet from the road in a little gully there's a wildfire burning. It was about 10 feet by 10 feet and warm enough that we could feel it from the road. The creepy part about that is that when we drove up that road earlier in the day to get to the lake, we noticed a faint smoky smell. It must have been sparked by some lightning there and was slowly growing and absolutely become massive. This was a remote road and we had not found it before. We just know the fire must have got huge, but we did report it. Okay, I've got one for you all. I live in a rural area about 30 minutes of West Palm Spring in Southern California. My cousin and I decided to go hiking some hills that are about 20 minutes north in an area called Oakland. There was no trail to get back into the hills and we actually had to trespass on a fire camp and follow a stream up towards the hills. We started climbing the hills and reached the peak of a very steep area. I realize we're way away from where the car park is and I don't even know where the road is. On top of that, all the fog is heavily rolling in now and we only have about 35 minutes of light remaining. We attempt to take a shortcut down the hill by sliding on our butts down a steep slope. To add dismay, we ended up on the side of a 30 feet rock wall. Long story short, we managed to scale down the rock, but not before a football-sized rock falls on my cousin's head and he starts bleeding heavily and is disorientated. We start walking the direction that the car's in with the fog still heavy around us. Now we're not sure if we're going the right way and my cousin is bleeding a lot and suddenly we come across a 40-foot building with thick concrete walls, set mostly below ground like a bunker. In the middle of a forest. Now the windows had bars on them and the door is heavy sealed. My cousin wanted to check it out but we're getting a bad vibe from it. He was saying something was drawing him into it. Now I don't believe in the supernatural but I would not let him in. It's a really eerie place. Shortly after we pass the house and the fog lifts up a lot and luckily we stumble upon a foot trail. A weird note. We hike back there a couple of days later during full daylight and looked for the place but seriously cannot find it again. We literally hiked there for hours. Now on a second weird note, my wallet fell out of my back pocket and when we're sliding down the hill, we ended up getting back far away from Charles, but my ID showed up in the mail a week later in an envelope with no note or shipping address. Doing a group trip in the woods, literally 40 minutes from any town, we ask our group leader if we can go back to our cabin as night rolls around. He says sure and we begin to walk. We have to walk through a path that's 10 minutes long and in the middle of a thick forest. When we're about halfway to the cabin, I get an uneasy feeling. I turn around and literally 10 feet behind us is this guy in a yellow poncho following us. I tell my friends and we all turn around, but none of us recognized him. The guy in the poncho just smiles at us for a second and then runs off the path into the woods. So my friends and I sprint to the cabin and enter. The rest of the group is already there. We tell the group leader about it and he calls the other leaders and they start looking around but they don't find anything. But a new rule is put into place that requires somebody to be with the leader at all times when you're outside or just go into some of the cabins that are further away. I debated on whether or not to actually share this as it's a super short amount of time and I didn't see anything, but I ultimately decided that maybe I should go for it. My husband, 28, and I, 25, stay in a small town that borders an absolutely massive redwood forest. We're about 15 minutes or less away from the Trees of Mystery. We live on a street that was built in the middle of the forest for whatever reason. Now there's two large patches, maybe 5 or 15 miles plus, one of which has a small forest bridge that connects to an even larger forest. On either end of our street, I will also say we tend to be night owls, preferring to stay up late and wake up late. So, the set into what happened. My husband was getting ready for bed while I sat under the covers. It was a nice cool night after a hot day, so I opened the window to just curl up under my blankets for 5 minutes with the wonderful air on my face. While laying on my phone on my side, not fully asleep, I then began to look up and I can see a full moon. I was surprised to find that the moon was on 100% tonight, so I looked outside my window from my bedside and confirmed the amount of light on the ground outside on our street, which has no street lights since it's an old street. It's very well lit in a bluish tone colour. I was kind of like, oh, neat, and went back to my phone. I wait for my husband to get into bed before I start falling asleep. I don't know if it's a comfort thing or not, but I usually can't sleep well unless he's near me. I was wide awake, sitting there for about 5-ish minutes listening to the crickets outside when I can hear a man scream up my street. It sounded like it was coming 2 or 3 doors down, near to one of the edges of the forest. At first it was just a fearful scream, but then it moved and continued to almost like a guy doing a fake scream. Why? It's 2 a.m, but the scream goes on for far too long. And then at the tail end of it, it went from kind of like a silly fake one to a deep, gurgling roar, similar to, I don't know, like something transforming in the movies. But at first, it doesn't sound real, almost like something forcing or pretending a scream, then a very deep sound afterwards. I don't recall whether or not the crickets went silent, by the way. I just know that I was no longer trying to listen to them after hearing that noise. I have wondered Sasquatch or maybe werewolf or dogman, some other creepy critter like that or God knows what. But I know nothing normal or person should be able to scream for that long or that deep. Plus it echoed and felt like it was reverberating off a speaker in a room, but of course it wasn't. I've gone through every possibility and not really had any explanation as to what this scream was. I am neither of the things in this title, however. I was in a Firewise program with the county. We clearly and thoroughly searched 400 square feet and found somebody's house. Anyway, we were clearing brush around an elderly man's home and he suggested over and over again that this one area is of no threat and we just skip it. Well, we can't just skip it. That'd leave a weak spot, so we have no choice. After getting almost all of it clear, there was a bit of a ladder fuel in one area. We used a bladder weed eater to do this kind of thing. After getting almost the entire area of a 10 or 15 foot square patch cleared, I could not knock down this one patch level to the ground. I've actually dented the blades trying to do this, realizing I was hitting a metal bar, so I dug around it and realized it was a refrigerator buried so deep with only one handle sticking out. After finding this, I alert my co-worker. Now, by the way, we never found anything like this. Usually it's just trees and stuff. So he comes up and we play a game. No, you open it game. After about 5 minutes, curiosity gets the better of me and I go for it. But it's jammed, so I started reaming on it and he helps me and kind of screeches a little bit. It smelt like nothing I've ever smelt before. The most horrid stench. We back up like 30 feet and it doesn't help. So I walk up and open it all the way. The smell made my eyes water and regret having a nose, My mouth was open a little bit and I could really taste this stench. I figured, what the hell? The worst already happened. I peek inside and it's an assortment of bones. I can't tell if it's animal or not. There are no horn skulls, if that makes sense. Just random figurements like ribs and long bones, like ones in animals' legs, I think. So we mentioned this to our boss and he says he'll put it in a report. A couple of weeks later it becomes a, I don't know the word, area of interest I guess, and apparently another service has to investigate. However, since this was the very last of the entire area to be cleared, once we had left that day, nobody went back until the crew arrived a month later, only to find a very large hole where the fridge was. The homeowner denies having any clue about it whatsoever. I still don't know what I stumbled upon. So story time. A couple of years ago, I lived in a house outside of Charlotte that was right next to what us city folk called a greenway. Essentially, it's really an undeveloped land between existing developments that, due to the layout of the infrastructure and topography land, could not be clear-cut and paved enough to make it cost-effective, so they just put up trails and parks and sold it as a natural spot to increase the property values in the area. Well, my girlfriend at the time had a daughter, and the daughter's school was on this one-way end of the greenway, and we live on the other. It actually took less time to walk there than to drive, so on nice days, I'd grab the stroller, carry it to her school, and pick her up at the end of the day, and then we'd have a really nice walk through the woods. Well, this particular greenway waved through some areas that were pretty close to rather busy roads, so it wasn't unusual to hear road noises like big trucks or motorcycles or whatever. Turns out that coyotes in this area responded to things like fire engines, sirens, much in the way that they did in any other situation. Long story short, I had my girlfriend's kid in the middle of the woods and we hear a fire engine, and as the sound dies from there, we hear dozens of coyotes responding in kind. Now they completely surround us. Normally I wouldn't be very afraid. It's very unusual even for a pack of coyotes to attack humans. However, I remembered the uncomfortable truth that sometimes they do, and can actually attack dogs and, eat and kill them once they've surrounded them. So parent mode kicks in. While trying to maintain calmness as to not freak out the kid, I pick her up and carry her in one arm and the stroller in the other. I ran as fast as I could the remaining distance, I don't know, maybe half a mile or so. This took me maybe all of 5 minutes, but it was honestly the scariest thing of my life. So a girlfriend and I took a 2-week road trip last year and backwards camped / hiked the whole time. As some insight, I'm also a girl, so there's two 20-something-year-olds out on the road. We got to one free campsite in the middle of nowhere, New Mexico, and we're the only people out here. Not unusual, so we just take up the first spot and set up. As we make dinner, a couple pulls in, drives by and heads to the back of the campgrounds. We don't really know how far back they went. About 20 minutes later, they come by and flag me down. Girl, have you been back there? Me, no. Girl, it's a massacre back there. What do you mean? There's bones everywhere. Mind if we take the spot next to you? No, not at all. Then maybe 2 minutes later, look around, get back into the car and leave. I say, what's all that about? I explained to my friend what the girls said, and at that moment, we look down and see a huge femur bone at our feet, possibly from a cow. Well, us being a little cryptic, decide to go and check out what they're talking about. About 100 yards back, through the windy camp, and there it is. There's full-blown animal carcasses everywhere, some scattered and some still whole. And there's one pile of what appears to be fox fur, another deer body in a trash bag. Our theory is that's where they dump all the roadkill, which they scrape up off the highway. But we didn't figure this out for a few days. Nonetheless, if there's that many bodies there, it's weird where they come from, because there must be a massive predator that we don't know about. So we decided to pack up and find a different camp. For campsite 2 of the night, we're about an hour or so drive, still in the middle of nowhere. Haven't seen a single car this time, no houses, just old country roads and pastures. Mind you, the sun is setting. The road turns to dirt for a bit. We cross a cattle guard and see the national park sign. Sweet, it's a national park and it's free. It can't be too bad. My friend thinks it looks a little sketchy, but we're ready to relax and grab some food. So I hit a left and start up the hill to the national park. Looks like it's only about 2 miles from the map. We start going up this road, go around a few curves, and on the side, we realize that the brush is getting thicker and thicker, and the road starts getting rough. Now, to put this into perspective, we're in a fairly new Chevy, manual transmission. It's less than a foot clearance from the ground. About a quarter of a mile in, we high center on a massive rock. Okay, as long as this doesn't get any worse, I think we can manage. There's no possible way to turn around or get back, so we have to keep going. Of course it got worse. Every rock and trench we hear the car scrape and shutter and stall. I'm clinching the wheel, she is clinching the handle. All the brush on the side of us is now dead and eerie looking, and the sun is almost gone behind us. 30 terrifying minutes later, we finally make it to the top flat that is supposed to be a campsite. It's about 10 square foot clearing in the middle of the dead brush, and in front of us a cliff. We're still freaking out about the dead animals, but now we feel like we're in the middle of a low budget horror film, and we need to get out of there. Now, we decide we cannot in our right mind stay here. Even from the cliff top, we can't see a single house or car light. We decide to make a 10-point turn between the brush and the boulder and the cliff, manage to get back on the path and very slowly and carefully, terrified all the way, get back down the damn hill. We in the car manage to miraculously survive and head out after 2 hours back to the closest town and sleep in a Walmart parking lot. I was backpacking in the Beartooth Wilderness in the early 2000s with a good friend of mine. 3 days into the hike, we had only seen one other couple. On the third night, at about 4 AM, we're woken to our tents, in which sounds like the scream of a massive animal. Obviously we're freaked out, sitting in the tent not knowing what was out there. We started hearing what sounded like howl for about 15 minutes, followed by heavy footsteps near our camp. My friend and I started yelling, making tons of noise, a trick that tends to fend off bears. The commotion outside of the tent comes to a halt slowly. The following morning, after not sleeping at all, we unzip the tent to the creepiest scene. All around the tent are pebbles. The howl was literally thousands of pebbles that had been thrown across. Now, they surround the tent in a nearly perfect circle of 20 or so boulders. I mean, these must be 150 or 300 pounds. My friend and I noped out of there, making a 3-day hike in one, practically running the whole way to the car. I've been in 2 bad car accidents. I know the rush of adrenaline going through your head when you're in a crash. For that reason, I pull over at any crash I see to help out, unless emergency services are already there. I have a level head, basic medical training, and usually a first aid kit on me. Normally, everything is fine, and I leave once EMS/police show up. Today, that totally changed. I came around a bend and saw a pickup that had hit a tree. A body was slumped over in the seat. I immediately pulled my bike into subdivision right across the street and ran over. Quickly grabbing my bag, taking off my jacket and helmet, I see a white man in his late 20s with a slim frame slumped over in the seat. Confused, I'm not sure what his situation is. I can see that there's saliva dropping down the side of his face. My brain instantly went to seizure. The car who's been a little behind me also pulled over. The driver's calling 911 right next to me. He tapped on the window a bit, and there was no response. I jumped into the bed to see if the back window was. None of them were there. I hopped out and went to see if anything has changed. The driver's no longer convulsing, but he was still non-responsive. I knocked on the window to see if he had come out of it. The driver jumped up and began panicking. This is pretty common for someone who's had a seizure, especially if they've had a traumatic experience on top of it. He began yelling and lightly punching the window. This happened for a span of around a second, which meant I jumped 20 feet in the air. Once my brain cleared for a second, I loudly say, "Are you alright?" if he could unlock the door. Luckily for me, he didn't understand a word I said. He slumped back over, which prompts me to knock again. He then jumps back up and promptly begins freaking out once again. After a quick moment, he calms down again and sat there smiling. It wasn't a normal smile. It was sort of haunting. His tongue was hanging out, very yellowed. The man who pulled over with me, Mark, came around, which brought another round of freaking out. This began the pattern of any new stimuli causing him to freak out. A third person pulled over and came to check in. He quickly came to the same conclusion: drugs. Our driver was now in a relaxed state until the sirens started. Me and a third person began directing traffic while Mark kept an eye on the driver, relaying everything to 911. I had to move my jacket, helmet and bag over near my bike, just in case he started driving again. About a minute after we heard the first sirens, the fire truck, ambulance and sheriff pulled up. The fire truck blocked traffic from one end, and after briefly talking to the cop, Mark went to start turning cars around from the other direction. A cop pulled up from the end blocked by the fire truck. The two cops, after determining that the driver was combative, drew their tasers. A firefighter used a pick to break open the driver's side window. After the first hit, the driver began to claw at the back window. Once it had been pulled out, the cops began yelling at him to open the door. Par for the course. The driver doesn't get a word. They decide to smash the front window. After the first hit, they didn't have to do much, as the driver began hitting back. He punched the window out entirely. The cops yelled some more. The driver's still yelling and punching. The first cop tased him. If we didn't hear the crackling, we wouldn't have known he was tased. He's still punching. Second cop tases him. Still nothing. First cop again. Second cop. And the first cop tased again. And the second cop opens the door. The driver begins kicking and punching while getting dragged out of the car. The cops attempt to hold him down. The largest of the firefighters jumps on him, and now there's 6 cars flying up the road towards us. They all ran over to assist. Now, eventually me and Mark had to stick around to be interviewed by the highway officer. This experience really made me scared of people and drugs, as I wasn't already. It really turns them into some kind of monster out of a film, almost unstoppable. This happened only a couple of months ago, so I'm still quite on the edge. I had a group of friends that lived about an hour and a half away from me, and I'd frequently go hang out with them. The drive never bothered me, but this particular night I dreaded it. I first noticed a car about 20 minutes into my trip home. It was about 2 a.m, so not many cars are on the road. Now this guy was practically hitting my bumper the whole way, which is strange because there's no other cars there. I quickly wrote it off and turned on my music. The time on the freeway is about an hour, and he was behind me the entirety of it. When I saw he was getting off the same exit, I began getting nervous. I told myself I was just being paranoid. I was heading home as I normally would, until I noticed this car making every turn behind me. I start turning down random roads testing my theory, and he's trailing me the whole time. I stop going towards my home and start driving random, trying to think of what to do. I tried whipping down roads at this last second, but it didn't work. I was driving through red lights and stop signs because I was so scared of what might happen if I stopped. By this point I was desperate. I decided to call the police, telling them that I'd been followed for over an hour. I gave them a description of the car and my location. The dispatcher told me to drive to the police station, and there's going to be officers waiting in the parking lot. As soon as I turned to the parking lot, the driver sped off. One of the police cruisers immediately flips their lights on and followed them. I give my statement but never hear anything back. This happened just a few days ago, while I was walking home from work. I should explain, I live in a small, rural community. It's a very safe, rather quiet town. I walk to and from work every day. I carry both a box cutter and pepper spray at all times. I feel rather comfortable walking at night and actually find it calming. It was about 10:15 on this particular night when my journey began. I had a very uneasy feeling that I couldn't place. I decided to call my boyfriend. I knew he couldn't do much since he's at least 3 hours away, but at least he could call the police if something happened. We talked and laughed as long as I walked. Everything was fine. That was until I passed the Goodwill parking lot, which is a halfway point. I looked over and saw a man sitting in his truck staring at me. I didn't think much of it. People can be odd, and perhaps he was simply dozing. As I passed the parking lot, I heard the truck start up behind me and felt a little uneasy. We just kept walking, thinking I'm being paranoid. I should also note that there's a young man walking 300 feet in front of me. He kept stopping in the middle of the sidewalk. Because of this, I walked slower than I would normally. I didn't want to catch up with him. Eventually he crossed the street and I began to pick up the pace. As I was about to reach the entrance to my neighbourhood, the truck from before flew around the corner, stopping 500 feet in front of me. He turned his truck so it's blocking the road. I'm now freaking out. I tell my boyfriend what's happening. He says don't worry, everything will be okay. I continue walking and watched as this man got out of his truck, standing in front of it, staring directly at me. I put my head down, tightly grasping my box cutter. I got closer and closer to the man, my breathing getting heavier and heavier. I could tell he was at least 6 feet tall, and the streetlight shone down on him. I can see his arms bulge. I'm only 5 foot. Now I'm pretty small too. Suddenly though, a car came from down the street, maneuvering around the truck. About 30 seconds later, a car followed suit, then a third. When the fourth car passed, I saw the man smack his fist in frustration. He clumsily climbs back inside, took a sharp U-turn before tearing out of the neighborhood. If those cars had not come by, I honestly don't know what would have happened to me. Let me start by saying that I really enjoy driving, and I'll often be on the road for hours just listening to music, getting lost. So more often than not, I sleep in my car on the side of a country road. I don't like it when I'm the passenger though. I always go alone. Usually, I sleep for a bit, wake up, then go home without incident. There's been a couple of times when a deer has startled me, or even a person knocking on my window to make sure I was okay. Always met with a scream. But what happened last night absolutely takes the cake. I took my dogs up to a really nice walk that I've read about online. I was about an hour drive, and I'd planned to drive for an hour at a time, explore a bit, and keep going so the dogs didn't get restless or bored. I'd always taken plenty of food and water, and was planning to be gone before about a day, which I was going to a park in a popular parking spot that caravanners like to go overnight. It was lovely. I had myself and my dog. We had a really good time. We arrived at a sleeping destination and found that there wasn't any place that we could actually park. The bays weren't laid out, so you had to use common sense to find a spot, so you're not blocking anyone in. The parking area was free and could only contain about 10 caravans without being too tight. I was a little annoyed, but hey, we're in a very rural area here, so it kind of makes sense. I let the dogs out to do their business and went to sleep, thinking nothing of it. To describe where I parked, it was opposite a little cottage, but not directly in front of it. There's plenty of trees there, and I don't feel nervous or anything. I know I'm not intruding on the owners in any way. I feel safe. For some reason though, I was having trouble nodding off. Usually I sleep like a baby in my car, but it's very spacious and comfortable. As silly as it may sound, to some I genuinely thought I had nothing to worry about. That was until a long, high-pitched screaming sound woke me up and the dogs at around 11 PM. The dogs go nuts, as they usually do at the drop of a hat. I was still in a confused daze when I see a very tall man dragging what I think is a key around the perimeter of my car. He goes very slowly, not taking his eyes off me the entire time. He has a very malicious grin on his face all the while he's doing so. Horrified, I crank up my chair and start the car, ready to floor it, but he had made his way to the front of my bonnet, blocking me from reversing. This is when I thought that he was holding a butcher's knife. He held it up and waved it at me. I scream and lay on the horn. My dogs had leapt over the back seat and were practically frothing at the mouth, but it didn't faze him. This lasted about 10 to 15 seconds, not long. He then slowly walked away across the road into the cottage. I drove home without stopping. I'm never doing that again. Thanks for ruining it for me, terrifying guy. Thanks for ruining the paintwork. And thank God for cars being able to be locked. This happened my senior high school year. I was driving home alone from a movie with my friend on a Saturday night. After about the first 5 minutes, it became the same route I drove to school every day, so I was kind of on autopilot. I never text and drive and rarely speed, and definitely was not speeding because I have my junior license. I was pulling up to a light that just turned green in enough time that I did not have to slow down. I went through the light. Then I just remembered the most force I've ever felt in my life. I opened my eyes when I heard a man banging on my window, yelling in, asking if I could get out or needed help breaking the window. I was able to get my seatbelt off. I managed to unlock it. I then went to look for my phone and the man said, "Forget the phone. I've already called the police. Please sit down on that hill far away. It's smoking and I want to make sure there's no fire." So I sit where he tells me after he says, "Am I okay?" My hand had glass in it as well as my face. Nothing life-threatening though, so I just sat there until the ambulance arrives. Right as I get on the hill, I heard the man who was yelling, saying, "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" and just took off in full sprint down the road. I was so confused. Why was this man who was just helping me chasing this poor 50-ish-year-old woman down the road? I realised it was a woman who hit me because she was nowhere to be seen initially after he got her out of the car. She was trying to flee the scene. The man successfully got her and brought her back to the scene. The cops arrive and go back to her immediately and breathalyze her. He then gives his statement. All while this was happening, there's this boy outside of his house who come and brought me a bag of M&Ms and says, "Wow, you spun so much. Does it hurt?" I had no idea my car had spun. All of a sudden, I hear lots of swearing, saying, "You think this is on me? No, you hit me." The poor boy is standing next to me. I told him to go back to his mum. I'm thankful he did. Definitely not the same for an 8-year-old. The woman screaming and swearing. She then tried to come towards me and one of the officers, but gets held back. At this point, they said she blew a .23 and they put her into handcuffs. I had yet to give a statement to the cops and I thought, what am I supposed to say? Then I realised in the midst of all this, I forget to even call my parents. My mum was across the country for work, so I called my dad. My dad was at a concert 3 hours away, so he called my neighbour. My neighbour, who's one of our best family friends, calls me and says, "I'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't say anything to the cops until you tell me the story first." I then tell him that I'm nervous because I was the one to T-bone her. He said, "Just tell me what happened." And I said, "I went through 100% green light and the lady went through the red hitting me and she blew a .23. He lost it. He went over and said, "You almost just killed an 18-year-old because you got behind a wheel after drinking. How stupid are you to be doing this?" And she said, "Well, I wish I'd actually killed her," and started swearing again. She went on to scream the entire time we're there. Just, saying I was awful and that she wished she'd killed me. Finally, the cops take her away. My car was completely done. It was a Volvo, and the cops said they've seen this car do really well in different accidents and it probably helped save me. I thought I was gonna have to see her in court, but she didn't even show up. I hope to never see her again. I wish I got the name or number of the man who helped me. He just disappeared after giving his statement. A real hero. I really don't know what would have happened if he wasn't there and I was left with that crazy lady. Now, for some background before I start my story, I'm a relatively old person, I suppose compared to most of the people actually reading this, but I'd like to tell you that I never had any hallucinations or any other problems or even health issues in my entire life. So that's what made this experience very bizarre to me. Now, for a long time my family had owned a beautiful cabin in the woods. There was lots of wonderful streams around this place, and it's somewhere that I had great stories and memories to tell of times being there with my grandparents and mum and dad. However, there was one particular time that I'll never forget going there. Now, to get up to the cabin itself, you had to go past a lovely little path with a stream just off to the left of it. I had to be very careful because I was relatively clumsy and had actually fell in a few times and really hurt myself. But the house sat just next to it. You could just about see it through the tree lines, but honestly, if you weren't looking for it, it would be virtually impossible to see. Now, the trees weren't too big, but they're also very skinny, so you could kind of see through them pretty nicely. I often found myself looking over at the stream, looking how beautiful it was. I like to watch some of the leaves going down the river. Well, not really river, stream, but that's what we used to call it. Now, there was a side entrance to get inside the cabin. I often hated going in there because of spiders, but hey, I guess you have to do it and be brave sometimes. Now, to describe the cabin itself, it actually looked relatively creepy because the outlines are all completely black, so I guess it looked like it was haunted. Now, the good thing about this is if anyone ever come across it, a lot of people would actually be too scared to go in. But of course, it was almost like a second home to me, and that didn't really bother me. Now, when you went inside the cabin, it was really beautiful. Everything was made out of wood, and we even had a small doghouse inside where my doggy would go when we had him. He was a lovely Labrador, and honestly was my best friend for a while. Now, the cabin even has an outdoors area, which I think is pretty cool, because most of these are just at ground level. Now, the cabin itself was built on an old house's foundation that had been there for literally years. I heard my grandpa telling me some stories that it had some history, but I didn't always believe him and just thought, oh, he's just trying to scare me. And at times he said they would hear weird noises in the night time, but being a kid, I just thought, oh, you know what, he's just trying to scare me, I'm not really bothered by this, and I would have a grand time there. I hope I've given you some idea of the cabin itself now. So, my story itself takes place during 1 December. I can't remember the exact date because this is probably 40 years ago, but at the time it is very close to Christmas and we had quite a lot of family members around. Outside the window, you could see lots of fresh snow falling and it really made for a beautiful Christmassy scene. It was hard to see out though sometimes because of the condensation forming on all of the windows. Now, some of the exterior of the cabin had actually went a bit black due to natural colorization disappearing and just general aging of the wood, but it didn't deter me because inside was so cozy. Now, I remembered having a really good time when I heard a very strange sound outside by one of the windows. I don't tell anyone what I've heard and I decide to go off on my own to investigate what the sound is. I very faintly heard it and it's almost like a banshee scream. I go upstairs and there's a Christmas tree, and I turn off the lights quickly to try and look further into the forest, which is becoming dark now. As I peer across into the forest, I can't see anything, and I think maybe it was just a figure of my imagination. I decide to sit there in silence, and I hear it again. A high-pitched scream for about 3 seconds, and it suddenly stops. Now, I was feeling very brave, and I decide that I'm going to open up the window to listen. And I can hear a strange tapping on a tree just further off to the left of the cabin, where I'm positioned. Now, I decided it's best I don't investigate, because it's starting to get relatively dark out and I don't want to scare anyone. I think, yeah, it's probably just a strange animal, but when I open the door to look outside, I have a gut feeling that something is just off. My dad says, "What are you doing? You're letting all the heat out," and I say, "Yeah, sorry," and I go to head back in. The snow's actually picking up very heavily now at this point, and I stupidly knocked off the holly from the side of the cabin, and I have to go and pick it up. As I do so, I suddenly feel very faint and I fall down into the snow. I think maybe I've just not ate enough and I need to get some more sugar in me, so I go inside and have a coffee. All's normal and I actually feel very welcome. My grandpa's actually telling a story, and I go and put my hand on the fireplace, and the second my coffee mug touches the side of the fireplace, I can see 4 people who I've never seen in my life before sitting where my grandpa was, and nobody else. They're dressed in very dated clothes and they're all just staring at me blankly. I close my eyes momentarily and look around, and there's one other person staring at me from just outside. The cabin looks completely different now, like something I've never seen before, and everything appears just very dated. The design is very different and there's not even a clock or anything. I go to say something, but words will not come out of my mouth. I'm clearly an intruder in this situation. And suddenly, it snaps back to normal. My family are there, in the same positions they were before, looking at me strangely. I let out a scream, and my dad quickly comes up and holds me. He thinks maybe I'm about to faint or something, and God, he was right. I can barely get the words out for what happened, but I have to go outside. I say I just have to get away from the cabin, and my dad and grandpa escort me outside and ask what happened. I explain to them what I saw, and my grandpa says explain the people for me and what they were wearing. After I do, he explains that sounds almost exactly like what the previous owners would have worn from the era that they're from. Now, my whole life I've never been able to figure out what I saw, and for a long time I didn't really share this with anyone. It scared me so much that I refused to ever step foot in that cabin again. I don't really believe in time-lapse or time travel, but honestly, it was like the second I put my hand on the fireplace and I put the cup down, it was like I'd lapsed into a complete different time and something was just wrong. I was at home, but I wasn't. I was in somebody else's and I never should have been. So not really backwards, but this took place in a small city in Alaska where I grew up. I'll make it brief. Now, I was more seeking others who had the same or investigated further. Now one night at approximately 12 AM to 2 AM, honestly so long ago I can't recall the exact time. Now I'm a very light sleeper and often have troubles falling asleep. I can relate. At about that time, I started hearing what sounds like an obnoxious mix of possibly a clarinet or trumpet playing, loud screeches. No harmony, just squeaks and honks in the cold night air. I sat for a while on my bed. I couldn't sleep, honestly. It was loud enough for me to hear inside, and I went out to the front door and stood on the porch and just listened. It sounded like whoever was there was playing a few blocks away, but at the same time it sounded like you could hear it in every direction. In autumn it was very cold at the time. I was so frustrated by the screeching. and it was so late that I yelled out, "Shut up," thinking it was a kid playing a prank. About a year or two later, I almost forgotten about it when I heard the sound again, this time in daylight in the winter air. It lasted a few hours and quit. It wasn't until probably 5 after that I watched videos on the internet and saw others hearing the exact same sky. Hearing the sound still gives me chills. Now, when I was 8 or 9, my mum took me to a reservoir that I think was near a national park, or maybe it was in one. She made baskets and things from natural materials, and I went along to help collect things. I wandered off a little and I was picking up trash. My mum gave me a nickel for each piece I found, and things in a bag for a basket. Now, I saw what I thought was being discarded as a glove on the ground on the lake shore and went to pick it up and put it in my bag. And well, it wasn't a glove. It was somebody's left hand, and a few inches from the wrist and the arm. The person had been in the water a few days, I guess, and I picked it up and it's literally a severed hand. I start screaming and I guess my hand clenched onto the dead hand. My mum came running and had to pry my hands open to drop it. We went to the closest gas station and called the cops. Now this is in the early/mid 90s and pre-cell phones, and they went out and collected it. From what I learned, there had been a group of drunk teenagers with a powerboat, and one had fallen in and got hit by the boat, and I found that chunk of him. They tried to convince me at the time it was a bear paw. I didn't talk about it for 2 months, and I still have problems with dead things. As per the bone altar, I went camping/hiking in college, intending to make it to an area in southwestern Colorado. I had a stressful spring semester and needed space from people. I heard a group of people coming as I headed back and went off into the woods to avoid them. During my detour, I avoided them and I got into a patch of thick woods. I ended up coming across an altar with all kinds of bones and things of different creatures in it. It was sort of table shaped, and somebody had strung up different bones and bits of metal all around the surrounding area. I was so creeped out that I backtrailed back and got to my car and left as quickly as possible, and haven't been camping since. A buddy and I were out on a camping trip in the Parade Canyon outside Fort Collins, CO. It was late in the season, so all of the campgrounds are closed. We found a random spot off a random road. Both of us had a ton of experience and had camped all over CO and UT, but something about this particular spot felt off. Almost immediately, we found a blanket wrapped around a deceased skeletal animal. We assumed it was a pet somebody had thrown out, but it just set the mood. We went hiking, climbing up a few hills and come across an abandoned tent wrapped up in a tree. I was certain we're going to find a body in it, but it was just filled with notes and a sleeping bag. We started hiking down the hill and ended up walking down the side of a very steep area. As we're traversing, we're hit with the smell of death. Nestled in a tree on the side of the steep hill in a small tower with something clearly inside of it. We leave it to be and hike down. This is probably 300 feet up a very steep hill. Now, we down some bourbon, building up some courage, and go back and grab a stick and open it up, and there's a recently deceased owl. Somehow, somebody captured the owl and left it there like that. We ended up continuing hiking, started a fire, slammed the bourbon, and got the hell out of there in the morning. Now this caught me off guard, as I've never heard of a Wendigo, crawler, or Glinnerman before. Now I haven't read too much into this topic as I have a lot going on, but I soon realised that this lies just about within what happened to me about a year ago. I'm going to start with the seemingly unrelated incidents that led up to this most recent one, an eye-opening experience. About a year ago, I moved my family and I into a home way out in the woods of Tennessee. Now I would like to be brief here, but I need to get this off my chest, and after looking into this matter a little more, I have a lot more detail that I think will paint a clear picture in the end, so please bear with me. The nights here can be extremely loud. Between the crickets, the tree frogs, and other things, it's almost deafening. One night not too long after we moved in, I'd have forgotten something in my car and headed outside to get it. The first thing that struck me as odd was that my dog wouldn't go outside with me. My dog goes everywhere with me, and I'm her whole world. But not this night. As I held the door open, she looked out into the open but note. So, I walked out and shut the door behind me. The second thing that caught me off guard was that there was not a peep. It was dead silent. Still, I really shrugged this off, and I decided to go a few steps and head down towards my car. I then get to about 10 feet from my car, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I felt as though something was watching me. I looked around and see nothing though. After I reached the front of my car, I realized I'd forgotten to grab something, and I felt like something was moving towards me. I took a step back and checked around me, and all of a sudden, I hear one of my hedges next to me make a sound that goes straight towards our front door, and it rattles. At first, I think it was a rabbit that I had spooked. I'd actually seen one earlier in the day, and it was almost exactly where this one was, so it was logical. A few seconds later though, I heard the sound of a large rock, about the size of a cantaloupe, landing a few feet away from me. It hit the walkway and bounced into a shrub. I draw my gun out and call out whoever this is about to be shot, and after a few seconds of nothing happening, I begin thinking that maybe this was some local teenagers messing with new people. I holster my sidearm, turned and start walking back towards my front door. Almost as soon as I turned towards my home, I heard this deep panting sound like a huge dog. But what made me note back to my front door was that it sounded like it's behind me now. I leaned off onto my porch, turned and drew my gun expecting something right there, but there's nothing. A couple of weeks later, I was on my porch at night, sitting behind my bench with my wife. Now she got up and walked inside to get something, and as soon as she shut the door, I heard the panting sound again. I couldn't see anything, yet this sounded like it was right on top of me. The sound was coming from everywhere and it was very loud. Again, I couldn't see anything, so I note back inside. Now at this point, I was questioning moving out here, but nothing else really happened and I let it go. A month or so later, it was really raining and very stormy at night. Now at the time of this, it's around 9 PM, and my wife and I are enjoying listening to the rain and talking about how relaxing it is. Now me growing up in Oregon, I loved the rain, and for the past 10 years we lived in Vegas where it would dump the entire year of rain and then be bone dry for the rest of the year. For my wife who grew up in Nevada, rain is a rare thing and she loved going outside and watching the rain. So for us this is an enjoyable experience, except this night things took a particularly weird turn. As we were sitting there talking about the rain and relaxing, my wife said to me, "Did you hear that?" I said, "No, what?" "It sounded like a small child calling for help in the woods beside our home." "No, I didn't hear anything," I reply. After a few moments of us listening intently, she said, "There it is again." "I don't hear anything, sweetie. Are you sure you're not just hearing things?" She looked at me offended that I didn't hear anything. "No, I'm positive. How could you not hear that? It was our son. I think he's gone out and got lost." "No, he's sitting on the couch, sleeping." We both looked through the blinds and, sure enough, our son is there, laying there asleep. "That's weird. It sounded just like our son." "Well, that wasn't him. Besides, I don't hear anything." She then stands up and says, "Wow, he's really crying out for help. I need to go look for him." Now, at this point, If you knew my wife, you would know she is absolutely creeped out by the woods and wouldn't dare be caught walking there during daylight, much less at night during a storm. I grabbed her hand and said, I have been listening intently and there is absolutely nothing calling out for help. You need to stay here. At this point, I'm getting worried about her. She's acting greatly out of character, not to mention the fact that she's pregnant with our baby daughter at this time. She then says, what if there's a child out there in the woods? Well, first of all, I would be able to hear them too. Secondly, there's no other kids around here for miles, and the odds of them being lost 100 feet from our home is almost next to none. I know, but what if it is a kid? Now, before I could say anything else, she stands up and starts walking towards the stairs. I jumped up and grabbed her hand again. No, you're not. Go inside. I don't know what's going on, but you need to go in. She complies and we both go inside. I don't know what it is, but it freaks me out. A few months after, it was getting dark outside. I heard the front door to our house open up and I go to investigate. Now we actually have 2 young twins and we have the door set up so they can't open it and just go out there without us. So to hear this sound, it could only be my wife. This is weird because she doesn't usually go outside without saying so to me. So I walk out front and saw my wife walking down our private roads towards a drive on the side of the house. I ask her what she's doing and she says that she was sitting on the back patio and kept hearing a baby crying out in the woods. I said, seriously? And she decided to walk off into the woods to investigate. She then looks out into the woods and says, see, there it is again. I can't hear a thing, but I did notice that it was completely silent out again. I told her, just like before, the chances of a baby being out in the woods alone outside of our home is slim to none. She said, what if it's a baby? I said, well, if that were true, I would hear so too. Now at this point, I was really worried about my wife's mental health. I actually asked her to see a psychiatrist, but she says no. Now looking back, I feel bad about doing so, but a key to this moment is that my wife had just given birth to a baby girl a month prior. Now a few days after, we're sitting out on the porch. It's early evening, and I just mowed the lawn, and our 3-year-old son was riding around on his little car in the front of the house. Now he knows that he's not allowed outside of a certain area, and that we've mapped it off. He loves playing outside, but with the road behind 50 feet from our front porch, we have to be careful because there's a lot of boaters that are going to fly through after drinking all day on their boats. As we're talking, we both keep an eye on him. A neighbour drives by and stops to say hi for a second. This interaction took approximately 8 seconds as all they say is how are things and we say good. And he told us that he would stop by later as his wife had to get something for the kids, who happened to be one of their teachers in school. We said okay, great, and he drove off. I looked over to where our son is and he was gone. I called out his name and ran over to the side of the house and could hear his car on the side of our drive. I scolded him for leaving the area and he said something in his 3-year-old gibberish and points out towards the woods near our house. He had 5 seconds to get back up to the front of the house or else. And he was adamantly pointing back into the direction of the woods trying to tell me something. I looked off in the general direction of the woods and just assumed that he'd seen a deer or squirrel or something waiting to get close. I walked him back up to the front of the house and he cried the whole way there. He got really upset that I wouldn't let him go into the woods, but I just wrote it off as him being a curious 3-year-old. Now I have to tell you that this instance isn't isolated. Our twins have done similar things before, but not to this extreme. Now there have been nights where we had just laid down for the night and heard a loud bang on the side of our house, on the wall behind our bed. It was so loud that I jumped up to look out the window. Our floodlight had come on, but I couldn't see anything. Now the weird part about this is that our bedroom sits about 12 feet from the ground level, and on top of that I actually have a full-size basement that's cinder block. I put on my slippers and grabbed my 12 gauge shotgun and walked outside to investigate. It's dead silent again. The floodlight that's on the side of the house has clicked off at this point, so I walked over to the end of the deck and shined my light around the yard. There was nothing. I walked around the house and shined the light on again intensely. As I approached the side of the house, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It felt like something's there. I shined the light up to the trees, but there's nothing. I rounded the corner, and the first thing I noticed was that 3 of my dogs that were in their area wouldn't make a peep. Now, our dogs had no filter and would bark at anyone and everyone, and this really fascinates me. So, to them, all hiding with their tails between their legs, not making a sound, had me worried. As I kept walking, all of a sudden the crickets and frogs start making sounds again, like somebody pressed a switch. Now, I walked back into the house and told my wife that I hadn't seen anything. She shrugged and says, "Okay, as long as the dogs are okay." Due to the circumstances that night, I decided to let the dogs sleep in with us. The very same thing has happened on all 4 exterior walls of the house. It's random and annoying, but just like the instant, every time there is nothing outside. Now, there have also been times when we're sitting in the house and I was watching a movie and my wife walked over to me and says, "Did you call me?" I said no, and she said she swears she heard me call her name. She said that it was definitely my voice, but she didn't understand because it was so close. It was a good 20 feet away from her in my recliner. Now, the important part of this is that she was sitting at the table doing something and the slider to the backyard was open behind her. Now, our back patio sits about 20 feet off the ground and it's like a balcony as it has no stair access outside. I think the previous owner built it for barbecuing. There have been several incidences where she would say she heard somebody whisper in her ear, but she couldn't figure out where it was. Again, I kept thinking maybe, just maybe, she's losing it, but as you will hear, I think all of this is tied into this one final moment. Now, the last thing I wanted to mention before we get into what happened is that I have a shooting range built behind my workshop on the opposite side of our property next to the main road. It's kind of on a slope and it goes down a bit, but it works perfectly for what I need it for. The range itself is cut straight into the woods, going about 100 yards or so down. When you're at the down range, you have woods surrounding you on all sides, except back up to my shop. I have to say, it always felt creepy when I'm dealing with my targets or mowing. When you're down there, it feels like you're miles away from everyone. Now one day, around 5 in the morning, I was sighting in a new rifle scope. The sun was still up, but that was going to fade soon, so I knew something was going to be the final test. Up until this point, nothing really happened when I was making multiple trips down the range, other than the feelings of uneasiness. As I got to the range, I kept getting this weird feeling like something was around, or watching me. I looked around but I don't see anything. As I was placing stickers over my previous shots, I heard something big off to the side of me. It sounded like a large branch had actually snapped off a tree. Now, if you've ever been out in the woods of Tennessee, you know that there's a lot of branches that fall off trees randomly out of nowhere. This isn't new, except this time, it's very loud and sounded like completely fresh wood, if that makes any sense. I turned and looked but can't see anything. I started walking back up to my rifle, and I swear, I heard somebody right behind me. I turned around but saw nothing. As I started to walk again, I heard this deep growl. It was really deep and loud, and what's worse is that it was all around me really. I turned around facing the range and started walking backwards. This was some kind of rabid dog, charging at me kind of sound. It's really hard to describe. Now I think this is about to happen, so running's not a good idea. I slowly walk backwards up the hill to my rifle, but nothing happened. I grabbed my rifle and sprayed my target with rapid fire, hoping to scare off whatever this is. I left 10 rounds in the mag and grabbed my rifle bag, quickly walking up to the house. I never told my wife about what happened though, because I didn't want to scare her. Fast forward about a year later from when we moved in, and my niece is staying with us as a live-in nanny to earn some money over the summer break from college. We're on our way back from the store, and about a mile from our house, I see two eyes reflecting in headlights coming from a wide tree on the side of the road just ahead. It caught my attention because they were higher than a deer but different colour and size. What's that? Just as I say that, it squints and vanishes. I had made a comment that it was almost like it had known I was watching it and moved. The colour was kind of golden green, but they resembled the mannerisms of a large cat, and it felt ominous. It's hard to explain, but I shrugged it off as we were passing the tree and saw nothing. A few moments later, we arrived at the house. As we were getting bags out of my car, my 3-year-old son came bolting out of the house, excited to see me. As I was waiting to help her carry in the bags, I heard a dog growl. I looked in the direction she was looking, at my neighbour's property and across the street. Now, what I saw has kept me up all night. At this point, I've always been skeptical, as I've never seen anything with my own 2 eyes. Even with what happened to me the year prior, I still had doubts as to what this is, and usually thought it was my mind playing tricks on me. Now, my street is kind of spread out in the neighbourhood. Each house sits on several acres, and at the end of our road is Kentucky Lake. My neighbour's house sits adjacent to my house on the top of the acre lot. Directly in front of my house is a wall of woods, and directly behind my house is several thousands of acres of untouched forest. As I was looking across the street to my neighbour's property, I see a large dark figure between the trees at first. The movement caught me off guard at first, as it looked like something big moving quickly on all fours. Then, when it came into clear view, it stood up and walks like a man. At first, I don't know what to think of it. It's very tall, but that was strange. And what was weird was the distance it was covering, and the fact it's in front of the shed. I swear I can see just through it. It was clearly walking quickly, moving faster than any person could actually sprint. But more importantly, no sound. It was like it was phasing in and out of reality as it moved. What the hell is that? I realised that it's looking directly at us. It's now moved to an angle where it's harder for us to see it out in the open, but was still moving as quick as it could be in silence. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I realised whatever it was stalking us. I told my niece, "Get in the house now," and I grabbed my son and booked it inside. I grabbed my AR-15 with a short scope and came outside to see my niece still grabbing stuff out of her car. Knowing that I had firmly told her to get in the house and she disregarded my command annoyed me, but I still wanted to watch over her without saying a word. As she slowly started walking, she turned towards the woods across the street from my home and suddenly bolted for the house. She ran up the steps in a panicked state. I said to her what did she saw, and she said, "I heard something big in the woods walking loudly on leaves, and when I turned towards it, I heard a deep growl." I asked her why she didn't come in, and she told me that she thought I was talking to the sun. I told her what I had seen, and she wanted to get a closer look to see if she could see anything. I told her it's not a good idea. She went anyway. As she was walking down the walkway, I can actually hear the sound of the dry leaves crunching in the woods, just across the street. I told her to stop and come and take the flashlight. Now at this point she's about 6 feet away from my wife's SUV. As she turned and started walking towards me, I caught a glimpse of something grey and hairy bolting from behind the SUV across the street into the woods. Now my porch is actually raised and the SUV is about 6.5 feet tall, and whatever this was clearing about 45 feet in a single jump almost. It was lightning fast. Whatever it was watched my niece. It jumped behind the car and out of the line of sight, and was still waiting for her. She still doubted my warnings and grabbed the flashlight and walked towards the car. As she entered the driveway, she dropped everything, stopping dead in her tracks and leans forward as though she can see something. I said to her, "What did you see?" She turned and ran back up to the porch, saying, "No, no, no." She said it was a figure hiding in the tree line and that she saw its eyes. I say, "What did they look like?" And she said, "They appeared dull red, but when she got closer they appeared dead." "What do you mean dead?" I said, and she said, "The pupils were kind of grey looking, like when something's gone blind." She said it was really dark grey, and she swears that she could see through it like dark clouds. She wanted to go out again and took a step down towards the stairs, and as she did, it revealed itself from the tree. I said, "Get inside," and I went in and locked the door. It looked like a tall human-shaped being. It was very tall and skinny, and looked scary as hell. Now the next morning we did a height comparison to the tree limb, where she saw it stand over, and this put it about 9 feet tall, and its eyes were about 6 inches apart. At this point, I don't know what this thing was. After doing some research, I think this thing was a crawler or grimmerman. I looked to see if there had been any other sightings in Benson County but found nothing. Most importantly, I swear it would phase in and out almost like a shadow person but much bigger and more obvious. Now I truly don't know what this thing was exactly. Now, I don't know if it was a Bigfoot or what, but one of the things that fits it well is that it can communicate apparently telepathically. This explains why everyone was hearing something that nobody else could hear. Secondly, it has a playback-like communication, so when I heard a dog panting, it was probably from one of my dogs it heard. My wife was actually hearing our son crying for help as he had recently fell and cried for help. The baby crying would be our newborn baby who she had given birth to recently and must have heard calling from my wife and telepathically collected this or something. Another thing that my niece had said was that during that night she felt compelled to go back outside to it. She felt like this thing was communicating with her somehow and it wanted her to go back outside. The more I read about this, the more everything that had happened over the past year made sense. Now one thing that I found extra convincing is that down the road towards the lake is a property that is barbed wired off and is a wall of forest with no driveway. A lot of the property down our road is undeveloped owned land, and one of the trees actually has a sign saying "Screamer lives here," with an arrow pointing back to the woods. Now I have to admit that when I saw this sign, I was originally laughing, thinking maybe it tries to scare trespassers, but now I know it's probably there for a reason. I did a satellite search of our neighborhood, and that entire area of road has no houses or trails or anything, and is just pure forest for as far as the eye can see. Now one of the weirdest things that happened is to my friend, who went camping out in a national park. He told me that one particular day during his camping trip, a park ranger approached him and demanded to know everything about him and why he was there. He then said that he needed to actually take him away to the ranger station and said, "Get in my truck. We've been looking for somebody who's been doing some dodgy stuff in the woods," and he matched the description. Now my friend was so caught off guard, and this guy seemed so professional that he almost obliged. That was until he took a look at his truck. It didn't look right at all. It looked like a really old beat up truck that anybody could buy. My friend refused, and the ranger says, "Wait here," and gets in his truck, and he never saw him again. He then reports it into the ranger station, and the ranger there tells him that there was no ranger out there at that time, and they would certainly never be able to take him away like that. They then got the police involved and did a massive search but never found out who this person was pretending to be a park ranger. Now, the location was at Canyon Lake, Texas. I commented that I almost threw my phone because I lived there for a few years. I truly don't know where to begin. I had actually moved there my junior year of high school. My family's house was built on the ground, up from the south side of the lake. My parents didn't know that this was the side of the lake that most people avoided. I don't mean to be offensive, but most people I know lived on the north side. I never really understood why until, well, the events start happening. The house was finished the summer going into my junior year when we officially moved in, and things were great. A few months into the beginning of school is when things actually turned relatively dark. It all began with my dad putting his guitar in our family room by the fireplace. I would come home and something would start strumming on the guitar violently, like somebody's going crazy, then it would be knocked over. I began walking up to my dad being completely weirded out because all our cabinets and doors would also appear to be fine, then suddenly opened. It actually escalated drastically from here. We would hear things in the woods just out of the porch lights, and it would go on constantly. First, we really think it's an injured animal, but dead deer and other wildlife would appear on our property every few weeks too. Then we began seeing inhuman things. Guests would actually see something walking in the hallways, opening drawers, and would see a girl in our house. My dad constantly was hosting events and parties for his ex-military friends. They would ask us why were we coming out to their rooms at night and opening the drawers and closets and walking out. My dad didn't believe me until his friends actually started commenting on the figures. The worst night was when all the doors began to open and slam, and it sounded like somebody was walking up and down the stairs going into every room, opening and closing the doors. I could go on and on about what I saw in that house. It was one of the scariest of my life. I am happy to answer questions, but all in all, do not go to Canyon Lake, Texas, if you don't want to experience anything quite so similar. Now, one of the weirdest things that happened is to my friend who went camping out in a national park. He told me that one particular day during his camping trip, a park ranger approached him and demanded to know everything about him and why he was there. He then said that he needed to actually take him away to the ranger station and said, "Get in my truck. We've been looking for somebody who's been doing some dodgy stuff in the woods and he matched the description." Now my friend was so caught off guard, and this guy seemed so professional that he almost obliged. That was until he took a look at his truck. It didn't look right at all. It looked like a really old beat up truck that anybody could buy. My friend refused, and the ranger says, "Wait here," and gets in his truck, and he never saw him again. He then reports it into the ranger station, and the ranger there tells him that there was no ranger out there at that time, and they would certainly never be able to take him away like that. They then got the police involved and did a massive search but never found out who this person was pretending to be a park ranger. I was traveling solo around the Olympic Peninsula in Washington State and making various stops in the Olympic National Park. I decided to stop in Quinault for the first time and took a random road that ended at a beautiful spot at the edge of the river. There was an ancient footbridge that led across the river, but it looked as though it was going to collapse if I stepped foot on it. It was off season and I was not in a tourist area. I was the only one there. It was so unusually hot outside that I decided I needed to get in the water. I backed my car all the way out to the edge of the road, faced it out in the direction I would need to leave, and started hiking through thick brush, down an embankment to the edge of the water. There was no path there and it's pretty rugged. It was mid-fall and I didn't have a suitcase and I didn't plan on going swimming, so I just took my clothes off and got into the water. It was a nice swim, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, even though I'm in the middle of nowhere. After about 5 minutes, the creepy feeling was enough for me to head back, so I start to climb, turn back to the other side of the river and walk towards it with my clothes and where my shoes are left behind. When I turned around, there was a big tall man standing in plain view, just across from me and on the other side of the river, but higher up on the embankment. He was wearing a poncho made of animal pelts, had long hair full of sticks and twigs, and looked as though he had been living out in the wilderness for a long time. We stare at each other, me frozen in terror for what feels like a never-ending encounter, and suddenly he frantically sprints off in the other direction to the footbridge leading across the water. I grab my car keys, tried grabbing my clothes and shoes, but they got tangled up in some blackberry vines, so I left everything. I'm running for my life through the thick brush and blackberries, barefoot in underwear, trying to make it to my car before he made it across the river. There was no doubt in my mind he was trying to harm me. When I made it out of the blackberries, I could see he was crossing the bridge rapidly towards me. I got to my car, flung the door open just as he arrived. I locked the doors while he pounded on the hood of my car, just screaming and grunting non-verbally. The moment when he got to the driver's side door, I hit the gas and took off as fast as I could. I looked back and he was chasing after me. He must have run after my car for at least a mile until he faded from view. I was bleeding everywhere from running through the blackberries. I was wet, unclothed, shaking and crying. Had I hesitated for 10 seconds longer, I doubt I would have made it out of there alive. Even telling the story really terrifies me. I will never go out to the area again, and I always bring a hiking buddy with me now. I've never really had paranormal experiences, but I cannot explain this. I'm in college and me and some other 7 people from my school went on a backpacking trip. We had 2 experienced leaders. We drove to Saleski State Forest, which is in Appalachian region of Ohio. It was early April this year. It was cold and everything was still dead from winter. After hiking miles into the forest, we set up camp and start backpacking to the campsite, and there were a couple of other groups of people as well. A few of them were friendly older couples and then 2 college girls. Everyone was pretty spread out from each other. We set up camp further away from everyone else. I've always been able to sense a place's energy, and the energy in this area wasn't great. It was almost spooky. Each of us had an individual 1-person tent, and we formed kind of a cluster at the site, with my tent being in the back so no one was behind me. Our cluster was also right next to the forest. Because the backpacking site was like big kind of sectioned off square in the middle of the forest. It's kind of hard to explain, but fast forward, I'm dead asleep around 2 AM and I wake up to the sound of leaves crunching right behind my tent. I hear footsteps walking in circles around my tent. They had a sort of heaviness to them that couldn't be a deer or dog, and it sounds like it's on 2 legs. I can't make this up. This creature was circling my tent for long periods of time, while slowly creeping up on the sides of my tent and then just stopping for a while, and then would move on to slowly walking around the rest of our tent cluster. I could hear a human-like breathing from the mouth when it went close to the tent, sort of like heaving. I was shaking, too scared to unzip my tent and investigate. I kid you not, this occurred for literally hours. And it seemed like I'm the only one who's awake during it. And out of nowhere, I see an illuminated light shape from my tent. Although I couldn't tell what it was from inside my tent because it was all zipped up, it was like a warm glow and it didn't move, like a flashlight would. I was actually paralyzed with fear. I simply couldn't believe it was an animal. At some point, I fell asleep due to sheer exhaustion, but all I could hear was a heavy footstep circling until I did. In the morning, I questioned my fellow campers about it, and my leader admitted that she heard footsteps and noises, admitting it was bizarre and she would have investigated if she wasn't so groggy. One of the boys in the group said he also noticed a light coming on, but he thought it was someone else. Not a single person in this group went up to go to the bathroom or turned on a light. Now, I've heard about things in the Appalachian regions being creepy and bizarre, but now I believe it. Yeah, so this was really weird. I was out rock hounding solo today to a place my husband and I have gone before. Everything seems normal when I arrive. It's a very secluded area of the creek with a rock bar in the middle of the creek and with a small patch of woods to the left and a dense forest on the right. I crossed the creek and set up my gear on the rock bar, grabbed a bag, and started walking up the creek. About 45 minutes in, I kept looking up at the forest. I don't know why, but I just kept getting a weird feeling. Every now and then, I could hear a couple of thumps out there, but nature. Probably not anything, right? About an hour in, I heard the first meow. I was so focused on pulling clay that I literally stood up and was like, I did not just hear a cat meow, did I? 10 minutes go by, and I'm walking further up the creek and gotta hear it again. I stood up and was like, yeah, I just heard a cat meow, how strange, but something seemed really off and I started to feel uneasy. So I turned around and headed back to my site. Something about the meow wasn't right. It wasn't a painful one, but just like a matter of fact one, if that makes sense. About 5 minutes back into the trek, I definitely hear a meow, and I'm sweating like crazy because of the heat, but instantly felt cold and clammy, and the hair is standing up on the back of my neck now. I know what I'm supposed to be hearing, a single meow, but it wasn't from a cat. It sounded like something pretending to be a cat. I kept focusing on getting back to my site about 5 minutes later, and there's another one. Here's where I'm realizing that things are getting really weird. The meow always sounded like the same one from the exact same place no matter how far I kept walking. I finally reached my site and pull out my drinks and plop down to rehydrate. That's when another meow sounded, and this time I knew everything was definitely off, and it wasn't a cat that was following me. I calmly gathered up my gear and started to trek across the creek to the path near my car, and there's another meow. I made my way across the creek and hunched down in a pit. I parked my car right next to the edge of the forest and was really starting to lose it. I get my keys and mace out and put my gear on my side so I can drive and quickly rearrange my things later, and that's what I did. I nearly fainted with fear, finding the courage to actually make it to my car, but I got out of there quick. Now I'm certain it's not somebody messing with me because I'm in 200 acres of forest in northern Alabama. So if it's not a person, then what was it? This happened on private property, but it's a creepy story that took place in the woods, and so it kind of qualifies. Plus, this morning was opening day for deer season, and we were deer hunting as it happened. My cousin owns land in western Wisconsin, and there's lots of hills and lots of deers. It's traditional for all of us to actually hunt on this very property. My dad, cousin, and all their friends pitched in to build a hunting shack on the property and put up tree stands. We hunt on a particular schedule so that none of us hunt in the same area at the same time, both for our safety and for the hopes of getting a deer. My dad and I took an ATV and headed up a hillside. The sun wasn't quite up yet, and we wanted to get set and ready for sunrise. We marched up the hill and get going, and we ended up going inside the hunting shack. Nobody else was there yet, but we marked it anyways in case my cousin and his daughter showed up. We waited until 9 AM and I didn't see a thing, not even as much as a squirrel. We decided to go get some coffee to warm up and then head back out. I followed my dad down the path back to the ATV, and we'd stopped every so often to listen for deer. The only noises I heard were footsteps and my dad's, and about halfway to the ATV, I hear something else. It only happened when my dad and I walked. Now, when my dad and I walk during deer hunting, I mimic his footsteps so we make less noise. I step at the same time as him. However, something behind me was making sound. It was like it was mimicking my own footsteps. I spun around and peered into the trees. Now, the sun still wasn't over the top of the horizon yet, so we're in quite a bit of shade, and I didn't see anything. So I continued to follow my dad down the hill, but I hear it again. This time I turned around and we're still walking, and I saw something duck behind a tree. A pale face poked out from about 30 yards up the hill and hid behind a tree again. It poked out again and this time stared at us. I stopped and hit my dad's shoulder. He turned around and saw it too. "Get to the four-wheeler," he whispered, and I didn't hesitate. I stared it down as my dad started up the ATV, and as we departed, the face's dark little shoulder came out from behind the tree, followed by the rest of its malformed body. My dad hit the throttle and we got back to the hunting shack as soon as we could. Nobody was there, so we got in the truck and left. I haven't been in the woods since. My dad was and got a deer this morning and acted like it never happened. In Auburn, AL 2008. It was Halloween and we googled haunted houses. I can't remember what website it was or even if it was from one, but it was 45 minutes away. And I know it wasn't a big attraction, and we figured it was someone's land and would be a local deal. So we drove out there at 10 PM. This is before iPhones and GPSs, so we have to MapQuest directions. We ended up going down a pretty country road for a while with no streetlights, then turned down a legit dirt road and went through the woods, pitch black. Went down it for 10 minutes and finally saw an old house with a sign by the driveway that was handwritten saying haunted houses. Now there's no other cars or lights or people anywhere, and we pulled into the driveway and sat there for a second alright, let's get out of here, this is dodgy. All of a sudden, an old pickup turned on about 15 feet in front of us facing us, blaring lights in our faces. It started driving towards us. We backed and peeled out. It's following us now, almost bumping our rear end. Right on our trail down this pitch black road into the middle of nowhere, in the Alabama woods. We're flipping out. It was like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre Hills Have Eyes stuff. He stayed on us for a long time until eventually we get off an exit and he lets us go. It left me pondering what would have happened if we didn't make it out of there. Now, it was my first time ever camping for a trip in 7th grade. God, I was miserable, and Lord knows I hated it. And I didn't want to be away from home, which is about 5 hours away. I couldn't sleep, so I got up in the middle of the night and walked outside, and I sat with a little book light to read in the front of the cabin. I was so obsessed with reading at that age, but anyway. I was super unnerved, but I couldn't stand going back into that cabin and laying on this awful wooden manga type cot, so I stayed there by the door. I had this weird feeling like I'm being watched, but felt safe enough because it was a camp. But every now and then, I couldn't stop glancing up. It just felt weird. I can't explain it. When the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, kind of weird. Now I guess I must have moved my book at just the right time, because I caught a pair of glowing animal eyes right in front of me. As a kid, it feels like they're very close, but it was probably a few steps down. I dropped the book and the light fell off to the side. I could barely see it, but it was a mountain lion. I couldn't even see the full thing at first, just a paw. But then I followed it up and it saw me, and I saw it, and I couldn't move. My mind knew two things. If I didn't move, somebody was going to find a blood trail and then my half-eaten corpse, and two, if I get attacked by a mountain lion because I was doing something I wasn't supposed to, my dad would be mad. I had no idea how long I fumbled. It couldn't have been more than a few seconds, but felt like 10 years. I reached up behind me until I found the door handle and twisted it until I fell into the cabin backwards. I closed the door, absolutely terrified at this point, finding my way to the stupid bed until sunrise. One girl woke up and I just told her the wind must have made the bang on the door. In the morning the teacher comes out to wake us up and I got in more trouble for leaving the book outside. I didn't want to say anything because what had happened probably would have got me into bigger trouble, but I was probably lucky to be alive.